Perfect. Perfect. we doing? Always great to get to hang out with you guys. It is truly a treat to get to do this as often as I get to. Of course, the webcam isn't working. I would laugh at me. I would laugh at me for this just because of how consistent that this, I would swear that this is. Give me a second. I'm going to reconfigure the dadgum MJ50. If that's really what you want, a punter stream, because as you probably know, there is a player in this draft that is an absolutely dope punter, and I got the chance to watch him just recently. It was a blast. But I have a different, yeah, no, I got you, Robin, messing up the intro. It really is. It really is, Derek. I'm so glad that you get to be here. So look, I have this kind of a dead time in the Bears schedule. Let's not pretend it isn't, right? We could go over more Shane Waldron stuff. Like we could. But what's it really going to tell us, right? There's not much meat to go through for 6 hours at a time. So here's probably what we're going to do. First, I'm going to start with some housekeeping stuff. The main reason that me and Nick haven't done the podcast recently is because I have screwed it up. Okay. As far as scheduling goes, I've been pretty busy with work, but don't make it an excuse. LOL. It's just me not having nailed down the schedule as my wife and I transition into off season. I really do mean that. Like, not something weird, more like Allison goes from, hey, I understood you were going to be busy an awful lot, but really, do you have to be this busy during the off season? So we're figuring out all the scheduling, but Nick and I are going to record tomorrow. So podcast will resume on Thursday. I have a different idea, Eric, because here's the thing, right? I'm not personally deep in my own, draft prep enough to give you more than some pithy, generalized takes about what everybody else is saying about these prospects. And that's not really what I believe in, right? Here, this is a channel where I want us to be able to watch the film and come up with whatever we think. Just because whether that's something that breaks away from consensus, whether that's something that works with consensus, it doesn't really make a difference to me, right? But I did find a conversation that I think is drastically more interesting, Derek, than Justin Fields' landing spots. Look, we can do that, but that's more of a podcast, right? Let me give you a little hint. Let me pull us over to the film room, right? Where as I change now, you're going to be able to guess as to what I have in mind. It's an interesting conversation that, hey, I'm not seeing a lot of people have. So if you see it, let me know. But let's see. And then I'll make the little black box longer. Let's go with. I really appreciate that, John. I really do. I'm so glad. I think that there's a couple things I need to clean up. I heard way too many likes last time I listened to the pod, which normally I don't do. Normally I just cut it cold. Right. And then I don't listen to it, but I need to start scouting myself because I think that there are ways that I can get better. 4Ps, how you doing? So the vision that I have for this stream, you guys tell me if you think it's too antagonistic. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I think it's important. Is let's watch through the last two Bagent games again, because the last two Bagent games are the Bears offensive roster supporting a rookie against a team that they don't beat, and then a team that they do, right? Do we think this is fair? Do we think this is okay? Because I'm completely serious. The last thing that I'm trying to do is to pour more gasoline on the burning fire that has been Bears discussion these days. It feels like it's gotten... I know, Chris. It's not about, wow, Bagent. It's more about this. Should we go... Like, Miles, all right, everybody, do you want to pick a different game? I'm going to give the chat the opportunity then to pick a different game. What do you want to watch, right? Because we can go with all kinds of different games. The vision that I have for this is, instead of, normally we focus a lot on the quarterback, but we would be doing a stream where the whole goal is to talk about everybody else on the roster, right? Like, the game, or this is us getting to watch specifically DJ Moore, specifically the offensive line, specifically the running game. This is the Bears supporting a rookie quarterback. It's really not about Fields, right? It's just about Eric, I completely understand. Because that's the thing, Chris. I agree with you. Let me make that so clear. I think that this isn't about, wow, look at the Bears offense with a rookie. I think Caleb Williams will be worse than Bagent. No, 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 no. That's ridiculous. The idea that I would be trying to look for here is, hey, here's the Bears offense with the other quarterback. And if we had a backup quarterback that wasn't a rookie, we could use him too, right? But all we get is Bagent. And so part of me looks and says, why wouldn't we watch? And I wanted the Saints game in particular. For any of you out there wondering, I wanted the Saints game because we all kind of know that the Raiders weren't really trying. We know that the game in the Chargers game ended way too fast. If I pulled up the Carolina Panthers game, there would be all kinds of people who would justifiably say, you're a stupid dingus. The Panthers are the worst team in football. What does any of this prove? That kind of leaves the Saints, doesn't it? Where they lose, but they lose by 7. So what goes right here? You know what I mean? And part of me wants to just take a second look at it, see it with some fresh eyes. Because, and for once in our lives, look at me nearly pulling my eyes out. For once, we could just take a breath and not make it all about the quarterback. For any of you out there, okay, so one thing I'm going to try to practice, by the way, I'm going to try to practice coming over here and doing the JT O'Sullivan, like, record button thing. One of my followers was kind enough to lend me a stream, what do they call this? Stream Deck. And so there's a couple of sweet little buttons that I have that I'm able to, at the very least, move between scenes. That's how we go from this to boom, like Rob's Rants, back to boom, the film room, etc., etc. I want to try to make this stream nice. And one of the things I just have to do, because it's the way of the world out there, is to make clips. And so instead, I'm just going to try to do them in the middle of the stream. So if we find a play that's worth covering, or we find an interaction that's cool, I'll see if I can't record it, etc., etc. And Mike Jameson asks, I think, a really interesting question, really interesting, where he says, can we draft Caleb Williams and sit him behind Fields like the Chiefs did with Mahomes? So, Mike, I think in theory you can, but in practice, it sure seems as if when you don't have a Hall of Famer at quarterback, it is really hard to sit your player behind another player, at least with intention, right? With Jordan Love, he sits behind Aaron Rodgers, who's going to go to the Hall of Fame. With Aaron Rodgers, he sits behind Brett Favre, who's going to go to the Hall of Fame. But the moment that Mitch sits behind Mike Glennon goes 1-3, Mitch is now in the game. Because the moment that coaches feel the hot seat, bang, you're in. The Bears had intent. The Bears had intention to sit Fields. Is this not obvious? Like, when we look back at 2021, Chris, just because I know this is how you feel, they had the intention to sit Fields behind Dalton. Then he got hurt, and then there you go. Like, all of a sudden, Fields is in, and you have blown any advantage that you thought you might get from sitting the guy for the year. Because unfortunately, Bearski, this is at least my opinion, if you don't sit him for the entire year, you lose most of the benefit that came from sitting him at all, especially if you don't sit him for goodness, at least 8 to 10 weeks. And I really mean that, 8 to 10 weeks, so that you get training camp and 8 to 10 weeks of reps as the number 2 quarterback, mental reps, seeing how game prep works, everything, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you can get all of that time, you might just be able to hit the ground running with Purdy, et cetera, et cetera. But, or like Purdy did. But you either start with number 1 reps from Jump Street, which is going to come with its own trial by fire, right? Or you sit him for the entire year. And let me see who asked the question again. It was, Mike Jameson. Mike, the hard part is that nobody seems to have the patience to actually do it when the cards are on the table. It works in theory, but in practice, if Fields went 2-3, well, are people going to pound the table for Caleb? Imagine what Dan Orlovsky would say if Justin Fields loses to, I don't know, a decent team like the 49ers or something like that to put the Bears in a 1-4 hole to start the season. Caleb is playing at that point. And then what? Now is Justin Fields going to pull a Marcus Mariota, like, and basically check out? I'm not saying I'm a professional athlete, because I'm not, but I would. Like, it's such a volatile situation where so many people want different things that, in my opinion, Mike, in my opinion, if you're sticking with Fields, you stick with him altogether. If you're sticking with, or if you're going with a rookie, you go with the rookie fully. Fully. I don't know what that means. Hopefully, I mean, I sure hope that Tyson Bagent can be part of the picture, because not only is he cheap, but to be honest with you, I think Tyson's kind of fun. Like, why can't we like both, at least to some extent? But the moment that you try to do both, somebody said earlier that you could trade for Geno and sit Caleb behind him. I actually think you could do that if you wanted to pay for Geno, which I think would cost more than we realize, because I think Geno's good. And I think Geno has played well in Seattle. I don't think Seattle has any reason to give him up at this stage. I really don't. And so, unless you were trading down from number one and getting Geno in the process, the Seahawks are going to make you pay for him one way or another. And so, at that point, I think Geno Smith would be good enough and, frankly, expensive enough to where you could sit him behind, or you could sit Caleb or somebody like that behind Geno for a little while, right? Because that's the thing, Donald. You mentioned there is one franchise, and I will do this. Yeah, I know, right, Derek? Well, Derek, you guys talked about this, and the whole goal of me doing this rant at the start is to just talk out a couple of popular questions and then not go back to it. Can we all do that? Or at least try, right? But so, because that's the thing, right? Like Donald mentions, there's one franchise in the NFL that has had 3 straight top quarterbacks. What do? They draft and sit. But Donald, you also have to remember that they're not drafting and sitting with the same intention of the way that it worked out. Twice, Donald, that quarterback sat for longer than expected because the first quarterback got mad and played longer than he should have in a green and yellow uniform. And that's to be admired from both Favre and Rodgers. I really mean that. I mean, I've said it on this channel multiple times. As much as we might clown on Green Bay, if I had the opportunity to draft a quarterback and that draft pick sparked my quarterback to deliver 2 MVP seasons, that ain't bad. That is not it's a weird way to get there. It's a roundabout solution. But if the indirect effect was really that intense, dang. And also, yeah, like Rob Daniel and John Delatalia are also mentioning, it is a little different when you draft a guy at number 1. For better and for worse. And also, hey, Chicago, thank you. Look, can I be honest with you, Chicago fanatic? Hey, this is just, I'm going to try not to bum anybody out. All right? I'm going to try not to bum anybody out. If you're consistent on this channel, you probably know about how I feel about this situation, which is to say, I think it's really complicated. I mean, I got into this business, if you will, because me and my brother and my dad used to convince ourselves that the Bears were going to win the Super Bowl every single year of my life. Every year. 2007, we were going to win it. 2010, we were going to win it. 2012, we were going to win it. 2013, Trestman was going to take us there. The offense with Mike Tice, we were about to rule. The 2017 season, Mitch was going to make us, or pull us into the playoffs and find a way. Like, this is my whole life. This being overexcited about the team was my whole life. And what I realized was that getting overexcited about something that isn't going to happen led to this feeling that I'd gotten stabbed with a stalactite made of ice straight in the heart. And I hate it. I hate that feeling. If you hate that feeling, know that I hate that feeling. The whole reason I started this channel, the whole reason I started writing, the whole reason that on Twitter I come across like a negative Nancy, like the guy pulling against the fun sometimes, is because when I see people going all in on something that I don't think is going to happen, I know where that leads, right? I wanted Fields to take the jump. We all did. I mean, we talked about that a lot over the whole offseason. The moment it started turning away from that was the moment I know I wanted to call out the warning signs first and foremost, because to me, it helped save the heartbreak, right? And around week 17, when the Bears locked up number 1, this felt pretty obvious to me, just being in this situation. Because Ken P says, yeah, we need to change the quarterback. It's a little beyond that. The Bears have the number 1 overall pick for back-to-back years. And at least in the way that this league is run, if you trade down in support of your quarterback when you had the number one pick twice, I mean, you have to be right as the GM or you're fired. It's not how this league tends to work. And that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it kind of is what it is, right? And that's the thing, Oracle. You're absolutely, yes. I mean, been there, been there. Like a lot of this, a lot of my, a lot of my hustle, a lot of everything that I go after is born out of trying to get to the bottom of all this. And don't get me wrong, Chris, etc., anybody in here, none of this is explicitly about Fields. It almost became bigger than that. Fields would have to be a convincing, obvious top 10 quarterback, in my opinion, to get to the point where he could make the second number one overall pick conversation. It's bad timing for everybody. Like, I actually think that the Bears moving on from Fields can be a win for both. I hope it's a win for both. Like, it's just a tough situation. At least if you're Justin Fields, it's a tough situation because we might be talking about, like, there's a good chance, just so we're all on the same page, that I would be pitching, if let's pretend that the Bears had pick number 6 and pick number 9. Maybe I would be here talking about, hey, you could draft JJ McCarthy at the top of the draft, or like at either 6 or 9, and you could sit him behind Fields, and you could and you could basically use those two as competition while you develop JJ. And worst case scenario, you have a Jordan Love situation on your hands. Or we'd look at JJ or Jaden Daniels, who I just don't like that much, right? And as I'd watch him, I'd probably do the same thing man, this is a deep pull, but if you're following me on Twitter, maybe you remember this, like 2 weeks of my life, right? Where I went from, hell yeah, let's trade for Carson Wentz, to Carson Wentz is not very good. And you just saw this slow decline of this guy rules. This guy, I don't know about this one. And in that same way, I think that that's what would happen if we really dug deep into Jaden Daniels' film. And that's no like dunk on Jaden Daniels specifically. It's more like I would look at Jaden Daniels and I would see what I can tell you I see right now, which is Justin Fields. But instead, you have the ready-made version of Justin Fields where you already have a good idea of what he's going to do as a professional because he's been in the league. He's not that old. So at that point, we really would look at the situation. Anybody in here, we would look at the situation and we would say, we've got ourselves a conversation. Like, Jaden is not only skinny Fields, John, but he's also drastically more reckless Fields, which really bugs me. Like, the fact that Jaden throws himself the way that he does, Justin doesn't even do that. Justin just gets hit in the face late. Like, it's him. Justin getting hit is not Justin's fault 90% of the time. Whereas Jaden acts like he's 30 pounds heavier and throws his weight around, dives around. It's reckless, if you ask me. And that's not me trying to go after Jaden. It's more me trying to say, if the Bears were in position where Jaden Daniels is our only hope, I would be worried, right? And that's the thing. Like, Haplo, at least my opinion, that's what I've seen, right? But it's all of this is to say, hear me out. The complex feeling about Justin Fields, if you're feeling the same way I do, is that Justin hasn't been Kenny Pickett bad. He hasn't been Zach Wilson bad. And usually in the lexicon of the NFL, that's how bad you need to be to get jettisoned by your third year. Jettisoning Fields feels like jettisoning Fields a year too early, which it is. The Bears just have an opportunity in front of them that I don't think they can pass up. And I kind of think we know that, right? I think a lot of people know that. It just feels wrong because the Bears, for better and for worse, absolutely failed Justin Fields. I mean, say what you will. Let's think selfishly as if we are Justin Fields. I got drafted by a regime that thought that I might save their job. I did not save their job. A new regime came in, and their first decision was to take my bad team and make it worse. And then in my third season, they finally got an okay if a slightly worse than okay team the moment that Chase Claypool flamed out and Nate Davis had a terrible season, all things told. Like the moment you lost those two pieces, your, hey, maybe we're pretty good, turned into, yeah, we're mid, maybe. Hopefully we're mid, right? And so at that point, if you're Fields, you're sitting there saying, well, you didn't exactly give me a ton of work with here. But that's the skin of it. It doesn't change what happened, right? If you could somehow snap your fingers and Justin Fields was in the draft again, and for some reason the Bears took him, I think he'd have a much better chance at succeeding. I really do. I think situation matters, right? But it didn't happen that way. We're going into year 4. We can't change the past, which sucks. Sucks for Justin. Sucks for Justin. Like, and Tim Z, I don't think he is. Greg Gabriel thinks that everything is as simple as waving a magic coaching wand, as I understand it. He says Justin hasn't been coached worth a damn in the NFL, and I don't agree with that. I mean, maybe you could say, oh, well, how can you say that? He's had Luke Getsy, who got a job very quickly. So I'm not trying to tell you that I think Luke Getsy's amazing. I just think that the quick hire of Luke Getsy, thank you so much, Brandon, shows to us that the league does not see Luke Getsy as unemployable. And then Matt Nagy, who at least has some success coaching quarterbacks, seemed like he had Justin firing late in his rookie year, which was right around the timeline where you'd hope that he'd be firing late in his rookie year. But then he gets canned and his whole offensive identity completely changes. I think Justin's been dealt an incredibly raw hand. I think he's dealt an incredibly raw hand, and I don't want to pretend he hasn't. But I don't think a raw hand changes the situation enough. That's at least what I think. But exactly. That's the thing, Haplo. Like, I could make you the most, pretty, and he might be, Chris. I mean, I'm sure he'd get a job. So I don't know if he'd land in an offensive coordinator position. Maybe not, but he'd probably land as an assistant somewhere and potentially get another shot at offensive coordinator. I'm not trying to specifically stand for Luke Getsy in a league that'll hire Matt Canada as an offensive coordinator and then leave him employed for multiple seasons in a row. It's a mess out there. And to your point, Chris, the moment that you make an assumption, like because he has a job, he must be good, is the moment that you go down a dangerous road of assumptions that we simply can't verify. I mean, and that's the thing. Bearski mentions, if Miami had this number 1 pick, do I think they'd be considering Caleb over Tua? Yeah, I do. I think there's a lot of quarterbacks in a lot of situations that would be under the same threat as Justin Fields if their team lucked into the number 1 overall pick. I think that's what can be hard to I think that's what can be tough to not see. If the Giants had the number 1 overall pick, they're obviously taking Caleb. But then beyond that, you go further down the order. It's like, I think that anybody who doesn't have a massive extension already is considering taking Caleb. I mean, the Seahawks would probably take Caleb and they would trade Geno. I think that, gosh, I think the Cardinals would. I mean, I really do. I like Kyler, and I think the Cardinals would probably take Caleb. And I'm trying to think of like better options that make this more interesting, because a lot of them are really obvious. And that's the thing, Haplo. I'm with you. Like, the moment that if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had Caleb, they would say, Baker, thank you. And then they would go. John, we already talked about Miami for what it's worth. Derek Owens. I think they'd really think about it. I think it would be a really interesting question, because Dak's contract is hitting a point where you actually could reasonably move on from him, and you could probably market Dak in a trade and get a pretty intense trade package in return. I think the Cowboys would ultimately land there. I really do. Like, just trying to think through what would the Cowboys actually do. Well, they'd look down the pipe at all of the guys that they have to pay on defense and offense coming up, and I think that they'd take advantage of the opportunity. Miles, Jax is a good question. Pittsburgh, I think, is obvious woo that they would if they could. Like, let me see. Somebody mentioned the Browns. I think the Browns are also pretty obvious. Trevor Lawrence is the question mark, right? Where would Jacksonville pass on on taking Caleb to stick with Trevor? And I think they might. I think their argument would be this is all the draft capital that we could ever dream of. Trevor has shown us enough to stick with them. If Justin Fields was Trevor Lawrence level good, I think that this would have been a better conversation, but also I can't say that for sure. I won't pretend that I could say that for sure. The Colts would probably trade down. Anybody who just grabbed a quarterback would probably trade down, at least in my opinion, because the Eagles would think about it, but they just paid Hurts a ton, and I think that that would make a difference. But I don't know. I'm a guy on the internet, right? It's what I'm trying to get at here is that I don't think that you have to make this about, well, Fields is bad, therefore they're moving on. I think it's unfortunate timing. I mean, I also think that what Fields has shown us hasn't been good enough to make this that Trevor Lawrence type conversation. And that actually makes me sad. I wish it was. I mean, if you ever hear, if you ever hear me sounding kind of sad about this, I wanted Fields to be better in 2023. I'm not angry. There's no sense being angry, right? Like, I don't, not trying to be silly about this, right? But I also think that I want the draft capital. If I had an excuse to take the draft capital, the obscene draft capital you could get from Caleb Williams, I would probably do it. The Bears, just as I see it, don't have a quarterback right now. And I wish that they did. But I think that that's probably enough Fields talk. I mean, at this point, it starts to get into stuff where we'd have to show a bunch of film. And to be honest with you, the longer that I've been around this conversation, the less I like doing lowlights. I mean, lowlights are no fun for anybody. There's no fun, no fun of all of us, all being fans of the same team, going through the mistakes that a player has made to prove a point. Why? When you can do that when you're watching the game one time through. But in this case, let's talk about the roster. How bad? Well, that's the thing, because Derek mentions, okay, are we starting offense or defense? I want to focus on the offense. I think we all generally know what the Bears' defense is. It's not to say that we know for certain, especially with rumors that the Bears might add guys like Danielle Hunter, which could be a heck of an upgrade. I mean, especially if they end up with not dealing too, if they don't deal with too much fallout from the safety position, that could be a heck of an upgrade. And a guy like Danielle Hunter, adding him to a rotation, but who's to say? What I'm interested in is, right now, Donald, I've seen all kinds of people say the Bears' offensive roster isn't good enough to house a rookie. And I want to put that to the test a little bit, or at least I want to see, right? Because I haven't gone back and looked. Like Chris mentions our offense is bad. I mean, it's probably not going to win every rep, right? But I want another look because I wasn't paying that much attention at this time. Like, this was right around the moment where the Bears season, I mean, if you were in the same headspace I was, we were all kind of mired in, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening right now? This was the moment around October, if you can go back there, where the Bears season felt like it was fully unraveling out of nowhere. And not out of nowhere. It was just that it started so bad that we didn't really know what we were even watching some of these games for on All-22. My hope, it would be the first year in the All-22 stream's history if in 2024 we are not already out on the team by mid-October. That's where we're at. Like, I hope that we get a year of streams where we can talk about what's happening and how do we win the next game, instead of, oh God, this happened again in another 5 straight losses. But anyways, let's take a look at this. So we're gonna line up. I mean, it really is, Eric. It's, the bar is just so low. So we're gonna line up in our classic. Who's that on the outside? Honestly, like, is that gosh, is that Kari? Is that Blazing Game? Now I need to know. No, it's Deontay Foreman. Why do we do this? Like, this is a formation that I get why the Bears do it. You want to spread them out wide so that the defense honors them. I'm actually legitimately surprised that defenders at this stage will honor the running back in Deontay Foreman getting split out here like they think that he's Aaron Jones, right? It bothers me. It's a visual thing that I'm just not a huge fan of. It works sometimes, but the times that it doesn't work, you get picked on, right? The other thing that I look at is, I'm thinking about, let me see, I had something here. It'll come back up. Oh, I'm also really interested to see what the Packers do. Okay, so there's one move. There's one move that I'm thinking about. Okay. There's one, let me see. GB Green Bay Packers salary cap calculator. So look, I don't know what's going to happen here as we look at 2024, right? Chances are, I mean, I'm about to say a bunch of stuff, not really knowing the Packers situation well. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, like the stream. This is how we get our message out to all kinds of Bears fans everywhere, right? I would really appreciate it. So the Bears, or these guys have to do something with David Bakhtiari, who's basically not playing, right? So that's got to happen. From there, what are they going to do? Maybe they'll trade Jair Alexander. I wouldn't be shocked if they end up fixing the relationship. Not only is there too much dead money, but I don't know. Or I just can't see why things with Jair would stay as bad as they are now that they fired Joe Barry, right? But there's this guy right here, Aaron Jones. Look, I'm not about to tell you that 30-year-old running backs are the key to a franchise's success. What I will tell you is that there is no running back that has consistently impressed me on film the way that Aaron Jones impresses me. Does he still have what's left in the tank? I don't know. He's kind of hurt all the time. So I'm more like the idea of somebody like Aaron Jones than I actually think that I would like Aaron Jones. And if the Bears could wave a magic wand and find their young Aaron Jones, oh my gosh, I'm so in, right? But it's not that easy. It hasn't been that easy for anybody. But I'm just sitting here, and when I hear that name, like everybody says, oh, Saquon Barkley is so good. Or they look at Saquon and they look at free agency and they go, ooh, the Bears could add at running back. And to me, there's really not a difference maker that I've seen in the NFC North quite like Aaron Jones is. I really think the world of him, right? But anyways, that's just my running back moment, because if you split out Aaron Jones, you know what? That I can do, right? Like Aaron Jones split out actually means something to me. Deontay Foreman split out means absolutely nothing to me, but that's life for you, right? And then Chris, you mentioned Brian Thomas Jr. BTJ is awesome. I think there's all kinds of receivers that the Bears could draft, and you could fit them in there like DJ Moore and Keon Coleman. DJ Moore, Adonai Mitchell. DJ Moore, Brian Thomas. DJ Moore, I don't know, somehow Malik Neighbors falls. Hell yeah, Malik Neighbors. Like so many receivers that you could put in there. McConkey, I really like McConkey. I would want McConkey to be the third wide receiver in my room that could then flex into being the second wide receiver. The moment you make him the second wide receiver is the moment that I worry that he'd be a little too Sky Moore, right? Tough time adjusting to the NFL level, which I like Ladd. I think Ladd's awesome. There's something about his size and the ways that I think offensive coordinators would go about representing or go about using him that makes me go, I don't know. And I'm really interested in that, John. I hadn't given any thought to Zach Moss, so I'll take a look at him later. And Vaughn, I would be a lot more interested in Leggett if I thought Leggett could play that outside ball-winning X receiver. Like, I think Leggett is an amazing athlete. I think Leggett as a receiver has a lot to be desired. And I actually think Bearski Franklin III is in a similar category where these guys are awesome athletes that don't play receiver as well as meets the eye. And that's not me trying to hate on the guys. I mean, especially when it comes to Leggett, I actually thought this got pretty obvious when we were down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl, where, like you're saying, 4P, I think that Leggett does have great hands. I think he showed that. He just didn't separate like you'd think he would, which was funky because he had his own quarterback in Spencer Rattler throwing him the ball, and I would have expected to see him I would have expected to see him do a little bit more there, whereas instead I thought his route tree and frankly his ability to create that separation just didn't match a couple of the other receivers, guys like Jamari Thrash, guys like Guys like Ladd did a lot more, I thought, in his group of receivers at the Senior Bowl, more so than he did. But the tight ends were also a whole lot of fun. If somehow the Bears drafted Ben Sinnott, I would be very excited. But I just doubt that's going to happen. Anyways, Benson would be interesting. Ken P. I'm also interested if you want to talk about Bucky Irving, the running back out of Oregon. We could watch him later. And not to mention 4P, like you're talking about, Leggett is a little on the older side, so that's not great either. Back to the actual matter at hand here. It's a bummer we start this thing out with a quick completion of Mooney because it just doesn't make a difference. Like, let's see. Remember when he saw, man, were there those stories? So at least what I'm seeing, let me see, Donald. Does he honor him? No, it doesn't really look like it. Or at least thinks that he's going to be able to catch him. The old beige. So here we've got one of these games where we've got white hair, So we're talking not white hair, not Patrick, because I don't think either of them are staying. We're really just watching these three, right? And just pop, click, throw, quick ball to Mooney. Quick ball keeps the offensive line in shape. I love watching Darnell Wright, but it's so funny because on plays like this, it just doesn't really matter. If you could take a one-step drop and get the ball out, that's that, right? Christopher, if that's the case, that's hilarious. Tevin going to war. This is also the kind of play that I think is going to really help Caleb, to be honest with you guys. Caleb ran a good amount of empty, but I don't think Lincoln Riley emphasized quick completions and just grinding the ball down the field the way that the NFL is going to. I'm not trying to tell you that Caleb is or isn't going to be able to do one thing or another. I bet you May is going to be able to handle it well too. But the idea of catch, one step, throw the ball, that's something that I think will do a lot of good for Caleb Williams being in an NFL ecosystem, because right now I would tell you that Caleb Williams' tape at USC looks very much like I need to be the guy or else, whereas a lot of these rookies get to the NFL, at least quite a few of them, and the moment that they can become a cog in the machine, it can do a lot of good for them. Patrick Mahomes is the obvious best example, but even Josh Allen found his way. It took 3 years, but he did find his way into being able to be an engine of the offense and not the offense altogether. Chicago Fanatic asked me, would I consider a Tevin Jenkins extension? I absolutely would. If he can agree to a specific, yeah, Jordan, let's not get into it. If he can agree to a specific number that works for the Bears, I think that works great. I really do. Now, I don't know what that number is. I would probably have a different number than a lot of people, but at least thinking about Caleb, or at least thinking about Tevin Jenkins, I don't quite know if you could extend him at an 8-figure salary, but I think you could give him a high 7-figure number. But I'm not looking at the guard market right now. Maybe he could do like 10 or 11 per year with a little bit of it guaranteed, because I think he's been really good when he's on the field the last couple of years. He's just hurt a lot. And so I would love for him to remain a Bear. I don't know what it would take to keep him as a Bear, but that would be nice. We love DJ Moore, don't we? Now you could put basically anybody in motion and they'll be able to draw a little bit of attention here. But they read out a cover 3 zone with a play action pass, and DJ is just open as open gets. Now, he's never even particularly contested on this. Just vertical sell, catch the ball over the middle. Nice, right? That'll work. Let's take a look at the offensive line, see if we really see anything. This is the beauty of run action, play action, right? Nobody has to do anything. I love that, Rob Daniel. Like, look at how easy run action, play action makes everybody's assignments, because what really is going to happen is that these 3 defensive linemen are just going to play it like it's a run. And by the time they realize that it isn't a run, the play's already well past them, right? He's playing the run, he's finally realized it's a pass, and 96 over here is as close as you get to seeing that it isn't a pass. And then at that point, Cole Kmet does his job, engages the man, ball's well already out, and the Bears are cooking all of a sudden. I would expect a lot of stuff like this in Shane's offense. Maybe not exactly this design, but we've seen things similar where run action, play action, and using play action to your advantage is definitely something that he's going to do a lot of. Who? We got beat up front. Who got beat up front? It's Whitehair. So there's our first, let's call it black mark of the off, or like there's our first black mark. I'm really interested to see what concepts, by the way, that Caleb Williams is going to find comfort in, because every quarterback has their comfort concepts, right? And one that I can tell you Bagent loved from as early as the preseason is Dragon right here. It's just a slant and a flat. It comes in every West Coast offense ever made. Ever made. It is the high low of high lows, right? And on this read, because they probably run with something similar to man, you're looking at this slant right here. And frankly, I'm surprised that Bagent, when he gets to the top of his drop, what's he looking for? Because he takes a look in that direction. He must see this linebacker rolling over there and just end up getting, or he must see the linebacker rolling in that direction. And from there, he aborts the play, which is a bummer because DJ's definitely still open. But I mean, he's a rookie, not to mention it's definitely an ugly look to throw Dragon into. You would have to know that this guy was going to get out of the way for you. Instead, Bagent's looking at the backside of the play. What happens on the backside of the play? Commits a check down for us. What are we doing? Is it it's a Dragon tight end screen. That's hilarious. So he's got the option to throw this if he wants to, but Kmet on the tight end screen is the actual number 2. And it looks like these guys are going out there to block. These guys pop out. So chalk this one up in the bad screens category. You've heard that one before, and it's never there. So Bagent's just got to junk it. Yeah, Whitehair lets him through. That's just a screen. The Getsy special. It's always funny when you watch these plays and you go, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe they got pressure so quick. The Bears offensive line ate an L. And it's like, well, the play call took a major L. Like the moment that he's not open, we are hosed at this point. I love watching the tape. I think football is such a complicated game, and really understanding everything that happened in front of your eyes is so hard. So hard. Just to do it real time once. Let me say, I agree with you, Rob, that he left DJ too early, but it's a screen call. Like on the screen call, if you don't get exactly what you want, you need to pivot and find your screen. It's just supposed to be open, right? But that's that. Let's see this. So where are we? Are we at second down right now? Yeah, 2nd and 10. Seriously, Eric, even with tape, it takes forever, which is part of why we try to make it as fun as possible. Also, should mention this just up front. My expectation is that we're not going to go mega late tonight. I know. Icicle to the heart. But this seems like a good night to have a 3-hour stream or something like that. Even then, I always think it's so funny because then I'll look at other people doing Bears streams and they'll be like, all right, let's go live. And then 40 minutes later, they're like, we're done. And I'm like, oh. I get so accustomed to these ultra marathon Bears streams that everybody else is like, "Ooh, that was a long one. We went for an hour and a half," and I'm like, "Yeah, for sure." Like I'm so prepared. It's gonna take me effort to get off around 11, but I need to do it for my own health. This is actually just straight up Waldron's offense. Like this part, just outside zone to the left. Boom. You'll see more of that. We've seen it all over Shane's tape. Under center, hand that off, get everybody moving. Oh man, I forgot about this. Okay, it's not even Lucas's fault. But do you remember the Lucas Patrick days where him tripping on the back of a lineman was such high comedy? It's still funny. It's still funny, and I won't hear anything else. No, Foreman's a UFA, unfortunately. Also, quick shout out to our dog, Tevin Jenkins, our guy, our man. Patrick trips 93, But say what you will, how fun is it to watch the Bears lineman finish that play in the ground, baby? Just drive him. Look, does it actually make an impact on the play? Not really. It might as well just be an aesthetic highlight. Do you think I care? Like Tevin winning the Tevin winning the physical battle up front right here. And because what Whitehair is doing is pretty normal outside zone technique. And I only say that because I've seen every offensive lineman do it ever, where you're accepting a pass off from the other guy. You're going to basically get your arm and your shoulder hooked around this guy's other arm, and you're just going to ride that up the field and become a wall on the outside zone. I am not an offensive line coach. This is just what I see everybody do, and it's what I've seen Whitehair do in particular for forever. So, but Tevin just doesn't feel like it. Tev's at the point of attack, baby. Like, you talk about this quick Q. One thing that I'll tell you I think is hilarious about offensive line is that you'll see a lot of these offensive linemen out there where they are great supporters, right? They're a good pass off guy. They're a good do your job guy. But you need a little sprinkle of something different if you want to be a point of attack guy. I mean, you've seen that, right? Right, Q? And I'll tell you what, I don't know what the Bears are going to do because Patrick playing right guard Nate Davis playing right guard is nearly certain. Nate's not a left guard. But this moment where we had like the synergy, baby. Between Tev Jenkins and Darnell Wright on this right-hand side was awesome. I loved it. I don't know about you guys, but they did stuff like this left and right where you had guys get out there and just bury guys. Nice hard run, gets us into third and very short. And that's sort of the point here, right? Like, what I expect to happen, just saying, is you're going to get into plenty of downs where it's going to be 2nd and 10. Look, everybody's convinced that a rookie, it means automatically signing up for losing. I don't think you're going to automatically lose. I think you're signing up for inconsistency, right? You're going to blow downs. I mean, you'd blow downs if you had Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback. They're in 2nd and 10 all the time, right? But what is it? Caleb's going to fumble. Caleb is going to fan on a pass. Caleb's going to take a little too long on a read. Like, hey, Bearski, stop. Okay? Cool. Love you. But like, we're not going there. We're not comparing. I've just heard a lot of people, and Greg Gabriel is one of the, let me put it this way, Bearski. I'm not trying to draw any comparisons to, oh, well, is Caleb going to be able to pick right on up and be better than Justin Fields? No, we're not going there. That's not this stream. That's not this stream. Okay. I've just heard a lot of people, and I think Greg Gabriel's been the loudest voice. So this isn't me trying to come after Greg in particular. I've just heard him say this a lot, that in drafting a rookie, you are signing up for 2 years of losing. I think you're signing up for a growing team that's certainly going to be inconsistent in its first year, and it's going to need the rest of the team to step up for him. Let me see. Hang on. Can we stop saying Mahomes when talking about Caleb, though? Oh, sure, Evan. 100%. But on 2nd and 10, you need plays like this. Look, whether it's the quick passing game where maybe you have like one of these guys get wide open on some little dump off, or maybe it's a screen where DJ kicks out here, Kmet comes out, or like Kmet blocks him. Like maybe he's in motion, jumps out, blocks him, and then who's that? Tanyan? Tanyan's not hitting the block, but let's pretend he can block for a brief moment. Probably do it more like that, and then you'd have DJ Moore run a tunnel, or you just hit outside zone, and Deontay Foreman goes and beasts for you. You go from 2nd and 10 to 3rd and 2. You know what? Okay, rookie, you can go get us 2 yards. Or at least that's the hope, right? You want to keep the rookie from having to be in a bunch of 3rd and 10 situations, because the rookie, what you're expecting from somebody like Caleb, less so with Drake, but especially with Caleb, is that Caleb is probably going to get you. I mean, it's actually, actually might be a lot like watching Fields, at least in Caleb's rookie year, where Caleb will probably get you the big shot a couple of times, but it's going to be that middle stuff, right? Where the can on 1st and 10, we hit a 7-yard slant. We can, will we? Where in 2nd and 3, can we get the ball out quickly on a screen so that our guy can go get us the first down? Like all that little stuff that we've spent a long time talking about with Fields. That's where I think we're going to need to see Caleb take steps forward, et cetera, et cetera. But it's a whole thing that's all separate. Here, the Bears are going to run it. Does Foreman get it? I actually don't know. Hey, I appreciate you, Mike. Did we get it? Love it. Don't we love it? Tito Pezer asks, what's the percentage now on Caleb Williams coming to Chicago? I couldn't tell you. I think that's largely up to Caleb. Here's my better question, Tito. If you don't mind me, I've never done this. Responding to a super chat question with a question. Tito, what do you think are the percentage chance that Fields stays in Chicago? Let's start there, because I personally think that anyways, Nikhil, I'll ask about that later. But so Tito, locking back on you. What do you think are the chances that Fields stays? Because right now, I don't think they're any higher than maybe 15, 20%. I think I'm being a little generous. Call me where my, call it a gut feel if you'd like. But it sure seems with Brad Biggs, Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport, et cetera, talking about the Bears, the number 1 overall pick. It feels to me like the Bears are drafting a quarterback. It's just a matter of which quarterback they draft between Caleb or May in number 1 or number 2 or something like that. And then, John, I'd agree, or I think that's a good way to put it. But right now, it's funny because Tito asks, what's the percentage chance of Caleb coming to Chicago? And I would tell you, I think that there's I'm a media person. At the end of the day, I'm always going to prepare at least 15% of me that's going to be ready for a Drake May type to come to Chicago. I'll tell you right now, I think, like, if I was a betting man, I would put my money on Caleb to Chicago if the lines for Caleb to Chicago weren't so bad right now, right? I think that May is the other choice, but I doubt it. And I think Fields staying with Chicago is extremely unlikely. To be honest with you, the other piece to this, Tito, just to give you a very full answer, is I don't actually think that the fan base would have any fun with Fields in Chicago next year. Maybe I'm on the wrong side of the fan base, right? But I've never lived in Chicago a year of my life, right? So I'm an out-of-towner. I love the team with an out-of-towner attitude. It means that I don't get any of the Chicago zeitgeist that I don't see on Twitter. It's just a different perspective, right? And within that, because for instance, I don't know if it's clear how frustrated Dallas fans are with the team or with the Cowboys, because I don't know that it comes through on social media. The town itself, extremely frustrated. So there's pieces of Chicago that I don't know. And I won't pretend to, but I would tell you that I can envision Fields playing in Chicago next year, because that's the thing, 4P. What I'm trying to get at here is Fields playing in Chicago next year turns at the drop of a hat the moment that Caleb puts together a decent highlight reel, wins or losses, and Justin Fields doesn't immediately win, right? That's at least what I'm looking at. I'm thinking if Caleb Williams comes to Chicago, he can lose, and that'll fit everybody's perspective on what's going to happen. If he wins, people are going to freak out. If Justin wins next year, there are going to be a whole bunch of people basically. I think people would get excited. But they'd say, yeah, but are we going to make the playoffs? As anybody should, right? If Fields loses in Chicago, the bottom could fall out. Granted, who cares? I sure hope Ryan Poles isn't making decisions based on what the fans are going to do, because that's the thing. To me, Donald, I think that the Bears certainly have a shot at being quite good with any of those 3 quarterbacking options. I just think I can envision, at the very least, Justin Fields still losing to the Packers and people losing their minds because they go, we did all this to build around this guy and we extended him, or maybe they don't. I don't know why you wouldn't extend him at that point, just because I think you stick with the quarterback you think is going to get you to 10 wins, or not to 10 wins. I think you're going to stick with the quarterback that's going to get you to 2027. And I'm with you, Evan. I think that Caleb struggling year one is going to cause turmoil, 100%. And it's funny you mentioned, Evan, that the local media will kill Caleb in his first bad game against Green Bay. Some of them will. I think that we put the same halo around Caleb that we put around Mitch and then that we put around Justin Fields. But like the Chauvin's saying, everybody's just really sick of losing to the Packers. The Tribune in particular, Evan, will absolutely just try to kill Caleb Williams in that case. So hopefully they just find a way to win. But we'll see what happens. I mean, like you're saying, Chicago, if Caleb is messy in the first few drives. Now, you got to remember, Chicago, the other piece to this that gets at least intriguing is that if Caleb has any modicum of preseason success, people are going to give him a little bit of grace, especially if he puts together some sweet training camp highlights, because we did that for Fields and people went absolutely nuts. We were all there. So I'm really interested to see how this thing actually happens. And Chris, to your point, Evan, to your point, chat, to your point, it kind of might be toxic either way. There might be no avoiding this. If Drake May, for instance, is the pick, well, now Drake has to be better convincingly than Caleb Williams and Justin Fields. And he might be, because Caleb Williams, in this case, would probably go to Washington. And I think Washington has a chance to look like 2023 USC. Like, the way that I would put that is, I think Washington's defense is in much deeper disrepair than people realize. Their offensive line is in trouble. They have some cap space, but they're going to hit it hard, or they're going to hit it at least as hard as they can, right? But I don't think they're going to fix it. So Caleb's going to have some highlights, but he's probably going to lose some games, right? May doesn't have to be better than Mitch, though, Chris, because May has to be better than Fields. And so the moment you trade down, you draft Drake May, well, where did Fields go? Because there's going to be a sect of Twitter that's going to do the thing where they directly compare a year 4 quarterback and a year 1 quarterback. That's just how they're going to be. And to Evan's point, the Bears in Chicago they're huge. And we love it. Why wouldn't we love it? That's the fun of this. Like, if the Bears win 10 games and go to the playoffs with anybody, that quarterback is probably going to near face of the league territory. I think it'll be that much easier if the quarterback is really easy to brand with. But the city loves the Bears. The city loves the Bears. And so I'm really interested to see what happens. Let's get back on topic, right? So let's see here. I'll tell you what. Oh no, Braxton gets stepped on. Football, right? You can see him lose his footing right there. And then we love Tyler Scott giving his absolute best effort here with Cole Kmet, but that is so funny. Oh, hail. Oh, are they going to go for it? Oh, and they're going to go for the pass? Go! What is this? Just your basic high-low? Man, this guy gets put in a little blender. I do like it's so basic, but the fake sneaks, when they work, chef's kiss. So easy to enjoy. Pick up the first down, and we're still rolling, baby. I'm really interested in that, John. Like, as far as, okay, so I'm by no means about to pretend that, I'm not about to pretend that I know anything about Jennifer King, but the fact that the Bears are hiring a female coach is at the very least fashion forward, right? So does that make it a good move? I don't know, but it's definitely a headline catching move, and it's not a move that the franchise has made before. So I have no idea if that means anything. I'm basically saying, wow, that seems notable, and I have no opinion up, down, left, or sideways about it. But anyways, Tito, you mentioned not looking too good, but JF1 and Caleb Williams were the same college players, and they have the same issue with fumbles and holding the football. Our line isn't great. We need more weapons. That's why Caleb Williams had a bad season. Tito, I agree with you. The good news is, so I've seen a whole lot of people, and I find this interesting. I wonder if you guys find this interesting. I've seen a whole lot of people look at Caleb and they'll look at certain tape and they'll say, yeah, well, Caleb's not going to get the chance to do that because the defenders he's going to be playing against are going to be much worse or much better. And I agree. The caveat to this is that I also think that we forget sometimes that the offense that's going to be around Caleb is going to be better than his USC offense. Say what you will about the Bears' offensive line. Guys, the Bears' offensive line is better than the USC's offensive line. Like, I know, Rob, but at the very least, I look at this and I think to myself, if you can get yourself an Evan Brown, I'm not that excited about Evan Brown either. Like, but he's going to be a cheap option that already knows the Shane Waldron terminology. You know that kind of move is coming. Call it Lucas Patrick if you will, but you know it's coming. And then they're going to probably try to add an extra center or something in the second or third round. But you're going to end up with an offensive line that, John, to use an example, you're going to have two tackles that are both pretty good. Well, you're going to have one tackle that's very exciting. You're going to have another tackle that is, I think, pretty solid for what he is. Who knows? Maybe the Bears drafted Joe Alt. I doubt it, but it's always possible, right? Anyways, you're going to end up with a line that, like Chris said earlier, you're crossing your fingers that Nate Davis doesn't suck. And who knows, maybe you add a little bit of competition for him, but I doubt it. Thank you so much, Colin. The shuffle music absolutely has to come through the stream. If not, what was the point of anything? Why even stream? Why even stream at that point? Right? But like you're saying, let's see. Because Tito, the heart is hiding what you mentioned. And our line let up a ton of pressure. You're totally right. I mean, life in football is allowing pressure, for better and for worse, Tito. I mean, every time I watch another team, I always remember how bad their offensive lines are. Like every team in football feels like their offensive lines are terrible because it turns out a lot of these guys get beat within 2.5 seconds by really good offensive line. No worries, Tito. I got you. The point that I think is intriguing is that I would tell you that I think that Caleb and Fields are similar result players, but they got there in very different ways. Both Fields and Caleb fumble. Totally true. Caleb fumbles because sometimes he's just a complete and total bozo with the football. Like the things that Caleb thinks he can do, even weirder, the things that Caleb is correct that he can do sometimes are just a bridge so far that it was a stupid idea in the first place, which I think is always funny, right? Like you'll watch some of the stuff that Caleb gets away from and you go, sheesh, man, whoa. But a lot of the fumbles just come from him being a doofus with the football. And I would hope that at the NFL level, that's something that, say what you will about the 200 Club, that the Bears emphasize a little bit. And I doubt you're ever going to be able to take the creativity and the pocket footwork away or out of Caleb's game, but you could probably teach him to take an L on occasion, especially at the NFL level, where a fumble can quite literally flip a game on its head. And everybody knows that. In college, you could spot yourself a couple turnovers because the games are long and you score a lot of points. But in the NFL, 7 points is a massive swing. God forbid they score on that and it's a 14-point swing. That is a huge difference in any football game. We all know it. If you can remember, it used to be that the NFL's interception leader threw like 20 picks. Look up the discourse around Dak Prescott right now. You throw 15 picks in the modern NFL, you threw 1 million interceptions. We've gotten really tight on turnovers in the modern NFL. I find that really interesting. Yes, there we go, Chris. How do you not love the shuffle, right? But so, anyways, I say all this because at least what's intriguing to me with Caleb Williams is that when I do watch him stand in the pocket, he stands in the pocket, he's looking downfield, he's going read to read to read. It's all air raidy stuff. So if he doesn't, basically what happens with Caleb is that he's going to check into a play that he likes against a look that he likes. And then he's going to run the play it's usually like a 1-2 best case scenario play. And if it's not there, you're boned. Like As silly as that sounds, the air raid is supposed to be very fast paced, kind of like what we talk about with Shane Waldron, weirdly enough, where it's like, hey, here's your look. And if it's not there, figure it out. And so there's a whole lot of watching Caleb figure it out, right? And not everybody loves that, and I get it. It definitely needs to be channeled. It needs to be channeled. I would argue that the biggest problem with Caleb Williams' tape and the offense that Caleb played in is that Lincoln Riley, in many cases, would ask Caleb Williams to do so much that I think he basically ended up getting inside his own head about what he needed, in the same way that people lose patience in Madden, et cetera, et cetera. But like you're talking about, Evan, you mentioned, why shouldn't the Bears have the best wide receivers in the league and have multiple all-pro guys? Why can't we have a top 3-5 running back? The best answer that I can give you, Evan, is I hope that the Bears don't settle for mediocrity. I would like to use the first pick that the Bears have on a receiver. If the Bears can't get one of those receivers, I sure don't mind them trading down, but I hope that they don't just settle for Jordy Nelson, especially with DJ Moore already on the roster. We're on the same page. I wish that a top 3 to 5 running back was as simple as drafting one, and it's a lot harder than that, especially in a league where Aaron Jones is a UDFA, where Trey Benson, wrong guy. Trey Sermon, 4th rounder, ends up amounting to absolutely nothing, where Leonard Fournette ends up amounting to absolutely nothing. And it's just a topsy-turvy league. If you could get me Caleb and Neighbors, I'm really interested. But I don't want to trade up if I could avoid it. Just because I do think that the whole more bites it at the apple ideology is a healthy one long term. But that's just the way I see the game. I'm with you that chasing the budget solution doesn't work forever. The good news is that when we look at this Bears roster, we see not a budget solution, not a budget solution, a budget solution right here. We made this guy not a budget solution. And then we've got Tevin Jenkins, who I would hope isn't a budget solution, because at least we got something there, right? And I'm with you, Evan. I hope that the Bears basically sign Hunter, draft a safety, and the rest of this whole thing is offense. I doubt we're going to get that, because this is just what it means to be a Bears fan with a defensive head coach. But that's what I would hope to happening. And hey, 4P, you're absolutely right. But the Bears definitely have a better offensive core than I am used to them giving a rookie. And that's before we make any additions, which is nice. Let's talk about that in a minute. So John asks, Rob, would you trade with the Los Angeles Chargers to draft Neighbors if it cost a future second? John, I probably wouldn't, but that's because I really value that second round pick. I think that the Bears, what's easy to forget, okay? Nobody cares today. Nobody cares today. And I understand this. But take a breath with me. And remember that the Bears have 2 second-round picks next year and a first. We are so accustomed to the Bears basically not having a draft war chest at all, right? But next year, the Bears can add 4 players in the top 3. And that's good. This is very good. Like, you want to talk about Chris, this is you. This is your night. This is your night. You ready? You ready? Because you can play Nate Davis this season. Maybe you get him a little bit of competition. But the moment, Chris, the moment that Nate Davis is not fabulous in 2024, second round pick, immediate deadlock, second round pick offensive lineman, maybe 2. Like, you could end up where Tevin Jenkins plays his last season in Chicago, hope not, in 2024, and Nate Davis also plays his last season in Chicago in 2024, and you go offensive line in the second round. Maybe you go offensive line in the first and then the second round. Like, you can add yourself a sweet player with the first rounder that they have in 2025. I actually think that, at least in my opinion, the most interesting part about the Bears fan base is our collective impatience. I said interesting. I did not say understandable, or like, I did not call it ridiculous. It is completely understandable. Completely understandable. But if the Bears were rebuilding as recently as 2022, right, then 2023, the team got better. 2024, the team should get quite a bit better. And then in 2025, they still have all of their options as far as what they're going to do with the critical first round pick. Like, so important, if you ask me, because aren't you guys accustomed to normally we would take Caleb and we would go, that's it, hang it up. Or we'd get, yeah, actually, no. That's what I said in this case. Normally, normal Bears, we get one first round pick. Normally in the Bears world, we've even traded our second round pick. Raise your hand if you feel victimized or if you feel personally attacked by that statement, right? Like, normally, we really are having the conversation of you either trade down from that first slot, because if you don't, it's going to be an awfully long wait until the Bears' next pick. No. They get 2 picks in the top 10 right now. And it's so easy to forget the value of that. If they do end up landing a second round pick for Justin Fields, they're going to get a second round pick too. They're still going to get 3 picks in the top 2 rounds. That's if they don't trade back from that second selection, and then they get 2 first rounders, and 2 second rounders. That's an option that's on the table, right? And they still have a 3rd rounder, for crying out loud. Like, it's so easy to forget that then the year after that, they're going to have a healthy amount of cap space for any of the extensions that they do or don't hand out. But beyond that, they're also going to have another full draft. Like, this team isn't done. It's not unreasonable that they add a receiver in the second round this year, and then they add a receiver in the first round next year if for some reason they don't add a receiver in the first round this year. Anything is on the table, y'all. Or maybe they signed Danielle Hunter, he ends up bad, and they draft an edge rusher. That's possible. Or maybe they give Gervon Dexter the year to prove something. He ends up not all that great. They add a sweet 3 tech in the first round next year. Y'all, it is easy to feel like that we need to be outrageously antsy. We need to get so tense because the Bears have this decision, and if they screw it up, they're hosed. That's Pace talking. Like, I hate to put a name on it. That's that Ryan Pace feeling of, well, we traded for Mac. Better work because we're out 2 first rounders. Michael, I definitely have Neighbors above Odunze. Personally, I think that as big and as faster than he should be, Odunze is. Every time I watch Neighbors, I'm like, geez, that guy's unbelievable. But that's the thing. Like, you mentioned 2-year free agents are a GM's dream. Yeah, very casual. It's like, I love that way of putting it. Like, if we are at all lucky, where the 83 Bears is a great way to put it, Chris, where I can't help but look at this Bears team right now, and I see the foundations to do something really helpful, like really good. I mean, you could even say, because someone else in the chat says he wants to build a line, Joe Alt. I'll tell you right now, someone else I am worried about. So I'm worried about overspending on the offensive line. Yes, I think you can overspend on the offensive line, mostly because I like Braxton Jones, and I think that that's a ton of value. But if I can be really direct with you guys, so I saw some scouts talking on Twitter, some scouts that I respect. They were basically saying, why would Chicago not add a left tackle if they got the opportunity? If you got the opportunity to draft Joe Alt, or if you got the opportunity to draft Olu Fashanu, why would you pass on this? And I got to tell you, I'm not saying it fully changed my opinion, but it did get me thinking about it. Like, I used to be a hardcore, like, no, I'm not drafting offensive line. I do see how that is the attitude that gets us to a bad offensive line, wondering why we can't get a good offensive line. So if the Bears do get the opportunity to scoop up on a really, really good pass protector in Olu Fashanu or Joe Alt, I'll tell you right now, I'm not unbelievably excited about the 2 of them the way that I think some people can be, but that doesn't mean that they don't look quite good. And so entertaining the idea of offensive line early is something that I think we just should do, because it's Ryan Poles. Like someone else mentioned, the wide receiver draft or the wide receiver depth that you get is crazy. Like you're saying, Evan, if it's the attitude we have at quarterback, why not keep the energy with other positions? Not to mention, Evan, hey, I'm just gonna say, like, Evan, real talk, Braxton missed a good chunk of the year. Are we sure that we want Caleb Williams getting protected by Larry Borum? If Braxton Jones becomes the best swing tackle in the league, are we that mad? Are we that mad if Braxton Jones becomes, what's it, Josh Neiman? Is that who's been playing that role in Green Bay for a little while? Or did he go somewhere else? You get what I'm saying? Like, where it's a glut. It feels like you're not using all your resources, but there is a point where we are making too much of a deal we're making too much of a meal out of basically saying, well, if we have Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson, how does Terrell Smith get on the field? And at that point, I would look at that and I would say, it's really easy to end up over your skis on this kind of thing. But for crying out loud, let's say that the Bears traded Justin Fields for pick number like 53 or something like that. And it absolutely is, John. Don't get me wrong. Maybe you even have the rookie try to take the job from Braxton Jones, though doubt it, right? But at that point, John, let's just use an example because, John, I have a feeling I know a receiver that you like. At least I have a feeling, right? If you trade down to 53 and you get Olu who's probably not that great a run blocker, but the hope is that he gets really good as a pass blocker, right? Because he certainly showed us a good amount of traits at Penn State. So you draft him, he comes in. Braxton Jones doesn't kick to anywhere. He kicks to the bench and is ready to play depth. So then in the second round, you snag Lad McConkey, who I actually think is going to fall there. Everybody's going to call me nuts. The NFL does not like small guys. Like Cooper Kupp was a third rounder not long ago. And so I can't help but look at a guy like McConkey and think he's going to fall down the board. If somehow you ended up landing a pick like pick 40 from Atlanta, T. Lowry, excited that you jumped on. Love hearing it. We love that shuffle. Thank you, guys. Not to mention, John, let's talk another way. I still think that there is a non-zero chance that Keon Coleman is actually going to fall to the 40s. And if he does, and you actually told me that the Bears walked away with if the Bears actually walked away with Caleb Williams, Olu Fashanu, and Keon Coleman, I'd have to leave the room. Like, for whatever we'd be doing in terms of content, I would have to like take a moment to myself to collect myself, because I would be, what is that LeBron meme? The LeBron meme, the can't believe this is my life kind of thing. Like I really would be. I'd be like, now, New England Bears fan has been dying to get me to answer Jackson Powers Johnson or John Michael Schmitz. I'll tell you right now, New England, I don't actually think that they're close to comparable as prospects, because I think Jackson Powers Johnson is just plainly better. I mean, JMS can't play guard in a pinch for you. JPJ can. That's part of what I think makes him so valuable. They're both not amazing movers, but JPJ has the physicality of Tevin Jenkins at center, for crying out loud. I just think that's the thing. Arafik mentions, is JPJ worth a top 20 pick? I think he's going to get picked in top 20. Or I think he's going to get picked between 18 and 24. I'd be surprised if he got any higher than that, but that's about where I think he will be. Sean, how you doing? What's going on? But so I used to dream of days like this or something. It's around me, right? I can't believe this is my life. And so we'll see. He really is, because one thing that Quentin and I talk about a lot is how many centers are quite seriously, like, I wish I was kidding with you guys, they're just underskilled dudes. Like, you look at most centers at this point, and they either don't have the mass. I'm looking at you, Tyler Linderbaum. They don't have the movement, or they're just kind of worse, or they can't handle a one-on-one block. A lot of these guys can't handle a one-on-one block, for crying out loud. JPJ is a guard in every single way, except for the fact that he plays center. I say that as a major positive. If you have the skills of guard at center, you are awesome. It's what got Joe Tippmann drafted where he was. And I mean, he had some other things going against him, because he was so long-armed that he kind of didn't work at center, at least at the college level. And so, like you're saying, Demo, I mean, I can't help but look at that. I know, right? 4P. But Sean, I'm right there with you. You ever need somebody to co-op with you on Elden Ring, you let me know. If we got any Helldivers in the chat, I am already level 30. Don't talk to me about it. But I'm always down if we wanted to do like an RPO or something like that. Game day, that could be a lot of fun, but that'd just be something that maybe we'll get there. So Miles, you mentioned Keon Coleman or Thomas Jr. I'll tell you right now, it looks to me like Thomas Jr. is going to get drafted sooner. I can't help but think that Keon Coleman, Jordan Silver, I'm really interested to hear what you think about this. I can't help but think that Keon Coleman has a chance to be the better player because I think Thomas is raw. I think Thomas is your big, fast guy that you just have to draft earlier than maybe you'd like to. Because Thomas is somebody who projects to maybe be a superstar, but Coleman is somebody who's going to be, I think, more than a role player, right? The roles that he's going to play, he's going to dominate at. And I can't help but get really excited about a player like that. I don't know if Keon Coleman is going to hit the ground as hard as some people would want him to, including me, just because when you're playing ultra physical, it might take a little bit for you to adjust at the NFL level. Whereas a guy like McConkey might have a couple more moments, right? But like Rob mentions, because Rob mentions I haven't scouted Thomas much yet. Okay, I'm going to ask a quick question to the chat. What percentage of Jaden Daniels' total yards came from routes other than hitches and slot fades? So that's the hitch and the slot fade. What percentage of routes came from everything else? No, not 0.3 miles. Josh, okay, I can't help but worry that you guys are forgetting how many other routes are in the route tree. Because 35%, 18%, we've got this backwards. I'm looking for a high number, guys. Like, if 25% is a lot, right? This is every other route in the route tree, right? Every other route in the route tree. This is the slant. This is the corner. This is, or the post. This is the corner route. Like, this is the out route. This is the dig. This is literally everything else, right? Literally everything else. The actual answer is 51%. Jaden Daniels threw 49% of his yards on slot fades and hitches. So when you do talk about how Brian Thomas mostly just runs goes, yeah, mostly just runs goes. Like, statistically, that's most of the yards. And if that worries you about Jaden Daniels, that's your choice. But I know I heard that and I went, oh my gosh. But so that's a conversation for probably not Chicago. So let's see. What do we got here? Is it 1st and 10? I didn't see it on the PFF Draft podcast, but I saw it as a reply that Brent Coleman sent at one point. But if they said it on the PFF Draft, or if they said it on the PFF Draft podcast, I wouldn't be surprised. Man, Colin, don't get me started on DK Metcalf. That guy is so fun to watch. So fun to watch. Also, Evan, if you're still in here, I'm sure you're trying to work. Man, can we get a center that can snap? Look at that. All jokes aside, this got ridiculous. This just got insane. Like, all the fighting for the ball that the Bears quarterbacks had to do. What the heck? What a save is right. It's one-handed, too. Just reels that in. Donnie, I haven't seen it. Send it to me, and then I'll see if I can't work it in if I watch it another time. So I hate to being put on the spot. I have no idea. Okay, we're going to go condensed formation. We're going to run the football. Go, Deontay, go. Nice. I'll tell you what I think. Thomas is going to go top 20. He's just too big not to. But the Bears are going to want. I mean, I look, most obvious analysis in the world alert. But the Bears are going to want to dust up their run game so that it can be pretty solid, so that you're not putting your rookie quarterback in the position where he basically has to make 2 plays in a row consistently. That's the key here, right? You want to build an offense where your rookie can be low success rate, high EPA, obviously. But that's the dream. The idea is that you're probably not going to end up being super duper high success rate. So with that in mind, you just want to maximize whatever success you get. So let me see. Miles Kelly asked, what is the prototype that the Bears should be looking for in a wide receiver? I can tell you right now, Miles, the funny part about somebody like DJ Moore is that when I tell you he can play any position, he really can. Like, he really can. And so, let's see. There we go. I like the purple one better. Like, DJ can play on the outside. I don't love him there because I think he's better in a slot position where, like, let's take Darnell Mooney. If you put DJ over here, then Darnell's going to draw the slot matchup because this guy's going to bump outside and they're probably going to have 6 on top of Mooney and you get something really nice and favorable at that point, right? Like, you've got DJ over here. Now you've got 6 and Darnell in some kind of man matchup. And so you can exploit that with your number 2 receiver. I want that to be DJ Moore, right? Where if you get Keon Coleman, if you get a Rome Odunze, who I think Rome's a little more Z-like, but you know what? He can play X2. I'm intrigued by, what's the guy's name? The other one from Washington, because he's much more X-like. Is it Jalen Polk? I think it's Jalen Polk. And then I haven't watched Adonai Mitchell, so maybe we watch him at some point. But those guys can protect your guy on the outside, which is part of what I think the Bears could really serve. Like Miles, in my opinion, you get somebody who can play on the outside. Now that lets DJ Moore play wherever he wants to. That's the thing, Miles. You ask, so I don't like Neighbors. I love Malik Neighbors. If the Bears got the chance to grab Malik Neighbors, now they have 2 DJ Moores. So you could have one of the guys on the outside, like this could be DJ, or it could be Malik. Who cares, right? But when you talk to me about archetype, I think the bigger guys make a little more sense if they have an equal grade as somebody like Ladd McConkey there. And it also matters that they have actually played the position, because let me use an example. Xavier Legette could technically play outside. I don't actually think he's big enough. He's like 6'1", right? Like, let me see. So he's 6'1", 220. To me, when I watch when I watch Xavier Legette, I keep thinking Jonathan Mingo. That's the name that keeps coming up to me. And just like Jonathan Mingo, I do think Legette's going to get overdrafted because of the athlete that he is. And very similarly to Jonathan Mingo, I think that he'll underperform a little bit. If anything, I'm starting to wonder whether Mingo might have been a little bit better. But that's coming off of a Senior Bowl a little too much. Like, I don't ever want to sound to you guys like I hate Xavier Legette. I don't. It's more like I've seen a lot of people make Legette the darling of the draft, and I'm like, I would actually be a little more worried about the darling that you're choosing. I think there are more intriguing darlings. Like, are talking about a guy like Xavier Worthy. I think that Worthy is kind of a one-trick pony, but when your one-trick pony is being holy smokes fast, that one trick will do you a lot of good. And so I don't know how you would house that within the Bears offense. I do think the Bears offense is going to want wide receivers that are big enough to block. That's another thing you want out of your X receiver, is somebody who's able and willing to walk up and dominate some people, at least physically. Ricky Pearsall is much more intriguing to me, Rob, than I think more people realize. I don't know how Pearsall is going to translate because he's just not the biggest guy in the world, but I love what he did at Florida. He, I think, could be a ton of fun. Let me see, Chauvin, you mentioned, what is it? Sanders? Is that his name? At Texas, that guy can play. I think Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State can play. Josh Weil? I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Like, let me see, bigger guy like Chase Claypool or Quentin Johnston. That's it. Alessandro. That's it. And Chris, I love Sinnott. I love seeing him. But so, anyways, we can watch some Adunze at some other time. Let's keep an eye out for this Bears roster because here is this third down. It's first down, isn't it? First and 10. Jaheim Bell could be an intriguing receiver option. I really don't know if he's going to be tight end at the next level. Oh, man. Oh, they go with Wiley. Oh, my gosh, this is this. Sheesh. I forgot about this. You got to hand it to Kmet. I remember watching this play and being like, whoa. Y'all remember this? Like, this is what's so fun about watching these games. You can have these like sudden little I remember where I was moments. Like here they go with Y throwback. The throw is not good. And Cole Kmet says, Tyson, I got you, baby. And comes down with the best catch of his life. Honest to goodness. Honest to goodness. I think that it is really easy for us to forget that Cole Kmet can play a little bit. Like, no, I'm with you off the ball. Like, I'm right there and I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Truth is, off the ball, we get really distracted on a ton of these streams because people will ask questions that have nothing to do with the film. And so then we get off topic. We talk about something else, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to quickly see if I can't record this. Right, and so we'll get here. But so I wanted you to know that I appreciate that comment, and I'll see if I can at least give us some film to talk about. All right, so if there's one guy I feel like on this Bears roster isn't really getting enough shine, it's actually probably number 85 here, Cole Kmet. If you remember this all the way back to Tyson Bagent's game against New Orleans, the Bears are going to run Y leak over here where they're going to have Cole Kmet peel across the formation. He's headed for the end zone. You've got DJ Moore, frankly, might be open on this side of the field, but that's not where the play is really called for because it's a shot play back to Cole Kmet. And maybe you don't remember it, but this catch is pretty unbelievable. Like, kudos to Cole, because you want to talk about a mano, body on body catch. This is as good an example as you're going to get. And for whatever quarterback is in Chicago next year, I can't help but think that 3 years of Cole Kmet playing at 21, 22, 23 years old has made us forget to his own, and especially down the back stretch of the 2023 season, we saw the young gun do an awful lot of cool stuff as a receiver for the Chicago Bears. I don't want to go calling him a weapon yet because he's a wide tight end that gives you a lot more than I think people expect out of a guy that commonly plays his role, but he's somebody that I imagine Shane Waldron is quite excited to coach, and somebody that anytime we're talking about Chicago's weaponry, you got to include him. Does it 4P? That's good to know. I don't know if it's going to cut out on my end, but let's see. It could just be the stream. I have no idea, but I appreciate you guys. Man, what a catch. Kudos to you, Cole. Just flicks the ball, goes out there and gets it. Misses the spot in a huge way. Let me know if the audio stabilizes once I stop. Has it been, Josh, or was it only over that minute and a half or so? Anyways. Julian Lopez, I appreciate it. Thank you for not just blaming me. I'll blame my internet. My wife was saying that she was having some kind of issue. Here we go. What is this, mesh? Oh, man, this is this play. Okay. Do we remember this? Man, I'm just going down memory lane. Is this a third down? I think it's a second down. Yeah, it's 2nd and 10. And this is the play where Mooney and Moore just eat it. Like, they go mesh, and they just pick each other. in the most literal way possible. Bang. They're both down. And Tyson just has to run. I think it's hilarious. Not to mention, you get a melee up front. Lucas Patrick gets beat very fast. What, 97 right here? How do the tackles do? Braxton throws his guy around the edge decently enough. Whitehair does his job. Wright's got to cut off the inside move. Does he do it? Enough. Gums the guy up. The quarterback takes off. Most broken play of the year. Man, Q, I'd have to think about it. There were some nasty ones, but this was definitely one of them. And kudos to Tyson, I guess, for solving it. Donald, look, I don't want to press on another Bears mind and creator too much. Gabriel sees an NFL starter? Like, don't get me wrong. I think Tyson's fun. I think you need to see a starting quarterback in at least some capacity if you want to be a backup. But Gabriel sees an NFL starter in Tyson Bagent, probably because he went 2-2. But we're down on Caleb and we're high on Fields. Like, I get it. I'm not trying to start a fire. Okay. I think Justin probably would have taken it to the house. Oh man, I forgot about this. It looks to me like Tyson makes a business decision. Like, I don't know if Tyson's supposed to run a route here or if Tyson's supposed to block here. I imagine that he's trying to bluff block at this point, like where he's going to run forward and he's going to try to get 96 to at least think about him. 96 ignores him outright. Jeez, he just gets WWE. Like, Scott just gets smoked. That one ain't going to get you good marks from basically anybody. That's at least what I see, John. It kind of feels like young whippersnapper paints his nails. That's for girls. I don't like that. I don't think he's going to connect well with an NFL locker room. I've been in NFL locker rooms. I would know. So so I've got trouble. Oh, and by the way, he lost a bunch of games after that Notre Dame game. It's like, yeah, I mean, if this is really all about wins and losses, then Patrick Mahomes should suck. Like, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, Donald, I've had my own suspicions that Greg Gabriel heard "We a Team Now" on the broadcast with Miller Moss and just inferred. Evan, I remember that. He was on his way to keep it or to riding the hot hand. It is funny watching this tape because some of it is really important because it's like key players for next year, and some of it is guys like Darnell Mooney and Travis Homer making plays that are simply not on the roster next year in an offense that they're not going to use. Now, look at Tevin Jenkins dump his guy. Tevin and Darnell, they both do their job, and then I'll take a look at Braxton afterwards. Because Tevin dislodges the man, dumps him. Is that Evans? Thank you. And then Darnell does his job. 92 does his best, too. I love Wright's athleticism. Gets the ball out. There you go. I tend to agree with you, Alessandro. Would I prefer Bowers or Alt at 9? I don't want to answer that question at this time. Ooh, what is this? Oh, classic. We talked about this earlier. How funny is this? Boom. It's Tevin. It's Darnell. And take a look at what just happens here. Tevin's just going to clear 20 out of the picture. Darnell's going to catch 93 leaning and bury him. Who else? What else? Right? So JK asks, do you see a problem with Flus having the 200 rule? Is it teaching out aggression? To be direct with you guys. Yeah, I think it is. Right? I also think, I do not know, that Flus bringing in Shane Waldron marks Shane getting to run the offense and to basically get to tell Flus selectively to keep it to himself. Who's to say? Who's going to know? Am I right? We do not know. We will not know. But my guess is things like the 200 rule, you're not drafting Caleb Williams to ask him to take 0 sacks, and you probably hope he throws no interceptions, but you're hoping for like a 303 club, right? 3 sacks, 3 scores, maybe a 403 club or something like that. Chauvin, I would tell you that I think that Waldron likes any quarterback that can run an offense successfully. I mean, honestly, I think it's an offensive coordinator's job to mostly just like any quarterback, right? And so I couldn't tell you one way or another which specific quarterback he's going to like, because we're going to, well, as long as, John, you mention 1 turnover, and then I'm down for the 3-1-3 club, or the attempting the 3.513 club, right? Where sometimes maybe you even get 4 touchdowns. I know. But whatever, I want to score. I'm sure everybody does too. 2nd and 16, empty. Let me see, going a little further back. Not so popular, Jordan. Questions like that, I'll definitely answer once we get there. And we've watched Caleb tape in the past. If you want to go back in a couple streams ago and watch some of the stuff that we've done on Caleb Williams, it's totally there, right? And like you're mentioning, Chris, I think that it's going to be really interesting what changes and what doesn't in Waldron's offense. Oh, I remember this. So the good news on a play like this is that your tackles do great. Like look at Brax and look at Darnell here. Come on, football. Watch Braxton in particular. That's one of Braxton's better reps of the year. I couldn't tell you who he's facing. Like, I just don't know the Saints all that well. And then they've got a rookie on Cam Jordan, and Darnell holds his own. I mean, that pocket, that's nice. This is one thing that I will tell you I always think is funny. I didn't say it's easy. I didn't say it's true. All kinds of people will look at all kinds of highlights in college, and you will hear this phrase all the time. Yeah, it just isn't going to work in the NFL. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4. And that's a long count, too. I bet if I get the timer out, it's faster than that. Let me see if it is, as a matter of fact. Because I can do that. I have the power here. Let's go week 1. Let's go this thing. Let's go this thing. Let's take it. Let's go back to this. That'll do. It's not perfect, but it'll do right there. Yeah, okay, so we throw the ball at about 3.8 seconds, which, don't get me wrong, you're not trying to do this all the time, right? But I think it's at least interesting when you look at some of these. We're on a key 3rd down, because it looks like this is 3rd down, right? That you're able to, in the NFL even, get a pocket that lasts for an awfully long time. No, it's not. It's 2nd and 16. Beyond that. Fires. Doesn't see the guy underneath. Gets smoked. Yeah, it's a 1st-round pick, John. And it looked like it was just a bunch of curls. So I don't want to pretend out it's too crazy. Trevor Sycamore. I love that. So at least, John, it sounds like, John, you haven't been listening to every scrap of the streams we do, but being very quick about this. A friend of mine and I, he did all the research. I'm going to put it together, host it on DBB here fairly shortly. But he basically found that Caleb Williams is the longest average time scrambler that we've ever seen come out of college, where Josh Allen scrambled for 4.78 seconds, Lamar Jackson scrambled for about 4.7 seconds. Patrick Mahomes scrambles on average for 4.55 seconds. Kyler Murray's pretty high. He scrambles for 5.5 seconds. Caleb Williams scrambles on average for 6.58 seconds. It's a smoking gun. Does it mean that Caleb's going to die in the NFL? Does it mean that Caleb is one of the more escapable quarterbacks that we've ever seen? Good question. We don't really know. We just know that it's an incredible outlier number. An incredible outlier number. And it nearly single-handedly has weighted Caleb Williams' time to throw in college at a rate that is pretty unbelievable. Khalid, how you doing? So on all the other plays, Caleb's pretty normal at the very least. That's what we see, right? But I'm interested to see how that evolves at the NFL level, because I don't really want to talk about it too much more outside of that. These plays are so basic. Caleb Tarkington, basic, baby. This was when Mooney broke a tackle. Man, the memories, right? It's so fun to remember all these plays. How do we replace Ejax? There's a bunch of safeties I really like in this draft. I mean, I could give you a bunch of names, someone else, but I'm taking my time on that. I think there are more popular guys like Newman that I know a whole bunch of people like, but let me see. Would I debate him? I'll tell you right now that I don't love debating anybody. Not because I can't, but because I don't know. I think debates are. I think debates get ugly. To be very blunt, like it's one of the biggest reasons that I don't know. I didn't want to do the. Anyways, debates feel to me just like arguing in a schoolhouse, where it's not actually about winning the debate, so to speak. It's about convincing the judges, and by the judges I mean your classmates, that you're right and they're wrong. And like you're saying, Colin, I think discussions are interesting. I think debates just get weird and they become big chested popularity contests. And I mean, if that actually I think worked or was constructive, I would consider it. I think Eddie is hard to find because I think coverage is IQ, and moreover, Alessandro, I think a lot of people don't really value it. But that's a separate question and conversation, I guess, that we'd have to have another time. Any chance we get Kitchens? Always a chance, but I'll tell you right now, Rudy, the only chance that the Bears are going to get a guy like Cam Kitchens is taking him in the second round. And if the Bears go offense, defense in the second round, plenty of people will say that that's helpful, right? But Chris, I'll tell you, I think your evaluation of the quarterback is wrong, especially just because you mentioned MHJ and picks. But the problem is that if you stick with the quarterback that the Bears have and he doesn't get any better, well, he's going to, Chris, I want you to make me an argument. Okay. I'm going to challenge you on this because I'm going to put you on the spot. Guys, everybody in the chat, hold your breath, plug your ears if you don't like this. But at least it's how I see it right now. Chris, name me a classical definition of a bust that Justin Fields is not currently meeting. That's it. Like, win-loss, we are well below 50%. Passing yardage per game, we are below 200, or we are below, I think, 210 yards a game. Total yards per game, we are too low. Like, I get it. We all think that Fields can, maybe not all, but plenty of people think that that the Bears and Justin Fields could take a next step together. The projection is absolutely there. But at least right now, is there a way that we can justify sticking with Fields at the moment? Because you mentioned not about Fields, right? That you want MHJ and picks. Washington 2025 pick will be a top 3 pick. That makes sense. Like, I get it. But then how do you fix the quarterback position? is average as good as you're going to get, right? Like, you do have to have the quarterback eventually make plays for you. So who's it going to be in Chicago? To be honest with you guys, maybe part of me talk about the quarterback position. I want some stability so that I can stop acting like I'm on the roller coaster. Because you mentioned fixed quarterback next year after Fields makes $4 million this year. In theory, you can do that. In practice, are you really going to string your locker room out for another year without committing to anybody? Because next year's quarterback class doesn't look good. And that's a I don't I don't like that idea personally. I think Marvin looks awesome. Don't pretend I don't. But there's a point where you have to have a solution at quarterback. And like you're saying, it's a I mean, I agree with you, Chris. The understated question of all this is, would Ryan Poles really hang his hat on Justin Fields when you could just pick Caleb Williams and then probably get a 3-year extension? Good question. But so if MHJ is great, look at the Vikings. They have Justin Jefferson and an above average quarterback and a good wide receiver too. They can't win. Right. Or at least, yes. But like you're saying, it's not, Jim, that it's do or die on Caleb Williams. It's more that, at least as I see it, and I'm trying to be as fair-handed as possible. Like, to me, if we're going to search for the truth, we have to answer the right question. Okay? If you ever hear me sounding dire about this, and I'm sure you've seen it on Twitter where I can chap some people and certainly prick some fingers and make people feel like they stepped on a Lego, and I get it, right? But we have to answer the right question. And to me, the right question is, are we talking about the bird in the hand or two in the bush? I would argue that both options are two in the bush, which is really frustrating because there is no sure thing. Sticking with Justin is not a sure thing. Sticking with Caleb is not a sure thing. If it was, if either of them were sure, we wouldn't be so anxious, would we? But we are, because I think we know. Riding with May, it's not a sure thing. Trading down, riding with nearly anybody is not a sure thing. And I personally am absolutely down to take on the risks of drafting a quarterback prospect that I think looks really, really fun. Really fun. But like you're saying, Chris, not only does your job not depend on it, I would tell you that, at least in my opinion, Chris, and getting quarterback right won't matter if Poles and Flus are not here 5 years from now. The good news, Evan, is they probably will be. Well, if you get Caleb Williams right, then he should develop over at least the next 2 or 3 years, right? And Ken P, hey, taking Knicks and signing Cousins, like, I hear you. Just because at least I appreciate that is a plan, right? And you mentioned, Jim, that even Mahomes wouldn't have won the bowl, or wouldn't have won the most recent Super Bowl if Spags didn't work wonders for that defense. General can only take you so far. So you're totally right, Jim. You're totally right, Jim Stannis. I will respond by saying you're absolutely right on this one. Of the first two, Mahomes definitely had a deep, deep hand in winning those, especially that first one against the Niners. I think that was the first one, right? No, because that's the thing, Chris. This time last year, Drake May was absolutely in the conversation. Jaden Daniels wasn't, but I'm worried about Jaden Daniels, right? JJ McCarthy was also in the conversation. At this point, looking next year, it's Quinn Ewers. Top 5. You can go back and you can look at way too early mock drafts, and you should see Drake May in there. It would be weird if you didn't, because he was generally pretty consensus as this guy's really good in 2022. But and that's good. To be honest with you, one of the other pieces of data that I've been really interested in, guys, your boy Robert has gotten real deep into this, and it intrigues me looking back, because a friend of mine, Star Kyle Orton, great follow on Twitter if you can get over the fact that he gets in way too many arguments, right? But what's new? He has basically come to the hypothesis that we do way too much quarterback eval on the quarterback's latest season, but that his career in college is much more predictive than his final season. So if you take that to its logical conclusion, you're going to eliminate a guy like Burrow, You're going to eliminate a guy like Daniel Jones. You're going to eliminate a guy like Mitch Trubisky. You're going to eliminate a guy like Zach Wilson. You're going to eliminate a guy like Jaden Daniels. You're going to eliminate a guy like Kenny Pickett. Yeah, I can repeat it. It's start. Oh, start Kyle Orton, and he just does really good stat work, really good stat work, and he busts his butt on a lot of this stuff. And I found that interesting because the idea, when again you push it further, is that you take the surer thing, the guy like Trevor Lawrence, the guy like Drake May, yeah, the guy like Caleb Williams, where you've seen them do it, you've seen them do it for a while, right? That you're going to get quarterbacks for the most part that have been there and done. I don't know. You get quarterbacks with a much more stable base of data, right? 4P, that's the idea, right? Is that maybe you'll miss out on the one that got away, but CJ Stroud is a great example of this, Julian, where CJ Stroud was a prospect well before he played, or well before he played in 2023. His 2022 tape was plenty. Josh probably will at some point. Like, his 2022 tape was plenty good. And so you end up with a quarterback that has been draftable. I guess you could make the argument for Bryce Young in this case, where Bryce Young is, somebody would say that this is a betrayal of the system, but a lot of people missed on Bryce Young, like, which I think is, again, really intriguing. And Chris, when you say, just to throw this at you, you mentioned, why is he so bad against top 25 defenses? Where are you pulling that stat from? Are you pulling that from the Notre Dame graphic? Because after the Notre Dame game, he played 3 more top 25 defenses, threw for 290 yards a game, and his offense itself turned the ball over enough times to make a lot of those games non-competitive. But it kind of sounds like you've got a narrative that you're driving, and I don't blame you. A lot of people want the sure thing, and then they want to turn to box score stats, and you're going to take the guy in 2023 who lost more games than he ever did in his life. But so it's, yeah, win lose isn't a quarterback stat. I tend to be with you, Alessandro. And the problem is, at least in my opinion, that when you then dig into, okay, well, win loss isn't a quarterback stat, but what about your yards per game? And it's like, well, if you lose the game, you probably didn't throw for that many yards, or at least it's rarer to do so, especially if your offense scored 20 some odd points. But how many rushing yards did your team rush for? What happened? Like, all that sort of stuff. But so let's see. He only faced 5 top 25 defenses in 3 years. Top 25 when they played. Chris, don't you think that's a silly way to think about it? Like, you got to take the final year rankings on top 25 defenses and then apply that backwards. What they were at the time just means incomplete data, doesn't it? Like, if UCLA was good, UCLA was good. But so, anyways, I do feel like we're getting off of this. But like, let's see. Let's get back to some tape. We got that complaint earlier, and I love it. So they're gonna run your basic play action. What, rollout? DJ Moore gets us a little something. A little something. No worries, Jim. I love it. But you don't know that, Chris. I mean, now, to be fair, I am a big believer in the idea that, Chris, that college football is one of just the worst record kept sports in America. I mean, this is totally just my opinion, Chris, but I think that the college football rankings are all done off of like who won, who lost, and defenses are all based on how many yards did or didn't you let up. Whereas in the NFL, we can get at least a little closer because watching 32 teams play is easier than it's easier to at least keep track of 30 teams in a league than it is to keep track of 120. 4P asks, does Caleb have the clutch gene? Middling clutch gene. Most of the time when Caleb wins, he won big. Now, in a lot of games like Cal, like Arizona that we saw last year, it was tight throughout and he ended up coming out on top. Washington, he kept USC in that game for an awfully long time. Arizona kind of got away from him and then his defense got him back in it and he ultimately paid them off with a really strong final like 5 minutes plus overtime of the game, but that's being awfully specific, don't you think? And so I would say that there are definitely times where Caleb got asked to be the whole thing, and he was some of the whole thing. Kudos to you, Lucas Patrick, unless they're about to call a hold on you, which they might. Let's see. So to me, Chris, I get where you're coming from. I just think you're looking for something that doesn't really exist. You're looking for the Trevor Lawrence, right? Where you're basically looking, and I don't blame you for it. I would tell you that you're talking about top 25 defenses. And to me, when you're going to play top 25 defenses, you need offensive talent that's comparable. And Caleb didn't really have it in 2023. His best receiver was Brandon Rice, and I think Brandon Rice is fine. But that's just me. I mean, you could feel like that's excuses, and I would completely understand that. I'll tell you, I think his tape is pretty good and certainly exciting. I think his offense went from air raidy but organized to very disorganized in 2022 to 2023. But what was interesting to me, at least, is that when USC's talent was at least relatively even with the team that they were going up against, USC tended to go on a roll and smoke them. It sounds like excuses. It's all context, Chris. I mean, the other piece to this is that everybody always wants to rip on Justin Fields. But once you get to the NFL, and especially once you spend 3 years in the NFL, there's an element of accountability that just has to be there. And in Caleb's case, yeah, I mean, if he was on an NFL field in his third year and they lost 10 games or whatever, partially because he got hurt, like he would be held accountable in the same way. We just haven't gotten there yet. And so you end up grading on a different scale, in my opinion. Is it fair? Of course it's not fair, but it's what we do, or at least I think it's the way you ought to operate, which maybe being kinder to rookies, man. Lucas got smoked. Gotta tell you, this is one of those good Braxton games, and I'm a fan there. Braxton didn't get hurt, did he? Braxton got hurt. Dang. That's too bad. What down in distance is this? I gotta tell you, I'm unimpressed, I guess you could say, with my own idea here. I wanted watching this to be more informative. The problem is that I end up seeing a whole lot of Darnell Mooney, which is fine. Darnell's just not coming back. So we get scattered moments of Cole Kmet. We get some look at the offensive line, but we end up watching some DJ Moore, but who's shocked that DJ Moore rules? He's open there. Man, we got to throw that. I would be disappointed if we didn't throw that. 3rd and 12. I think Bagent's going to get it. And if not, he's going to be damn close. But sheesh. And John, I just wanted to pick it because it's the only game that I could think of for Bagent that didn't have some massive asterisk, right? No, let's not go there, someone else. I get where Chris is coming from. But it's just your basic high-low. I would hope that Caleb takes this. I would hope he's not scared of that safety. I get that he is scared of that safety because he just threw a pick, basically worried that he was getting baited into the same thing. But that's my 2 cents. Takes off. Dang. And flex digs, I'm with you. Or at least I hear where you're going for. Like, I think Drake May is really, really talented. I would tell you that I think that Caleb Williams is unique, and he just so happens to play, or he just so happens to do things that I really like, to be very honest with you. We all have our biases, and seeing the quick release that Caleb has gets me really excited. And seeing the way that he might develop is something that I know has me thinking, oh man, what could we do? Like, what could we do if we ended up making this, or if we ended up getting this guy just that little bit better? Oh, is Cole Kmet gonna make another play? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. A little bit of that chip release action. Boom. Like, I look at Drake May and Flex Diggs. If there's one other thing that I will tell you worries me about Drake May, it's that I actually don't think we got a great look at his processing last year. Look, every college offense is some variation of one reads, high lows, look at this, then do this. Like, I get that that's most football offenses, but college offenses in particular streamline even harder than NFL offenses and give their quarterbacks less things that they have to do than most NFL quarterbacks do. And there's nothing weird about that. They're student athletes as opposed to professional athletes, and they're young men as opposed to grown men. So obviously there's differences. But one thing that makes me wonder when it comes to is May at least runs on unpressured pocket downs at a roughly 7% rate flex digs, whereas Caleb actually doesn't. He runs at like 3%. So Caleb is looking to throw a lot more than May is. May is about 1% off of Justin Fields in that capacity. I think May's pocket footwork is more practiced than it is natural, which, you know what? There's something to be said for that. That's quite good too. But it's not the same as Caleb, who feels to me like he is feeling the game happen around him as opposed to drifting towards where he's trying to throw. And it's a little harder to exploit, especially because it makes you wonder what Caleb's ceiling could be. That's just my 2 cents, though. When I look at May, I think May's long throws have more velocity on them than Caleb's do. Could Caleb get the ball wherever he wants him to, or wherever he wants to? Yeah. Generally, he does it with a higher trajectory, though. And I couldn't tell you where that comes from. And I would tell you, John, that I think May and Herbert are very similar. And then May and Goff are also very similar. And a lot of people want to make the Josh Allen comp. And it's funny, John, because to me, I think Josh Allen is a mindset. I think Josh Allen is like a living. I think that Josh Allen, I know we all like it when I make these references, so I'll do it again. I think Josh Allen is that like anime character that like falls, his eyes roll back into his head and like the football god takes over. Like if we watched Yu-Gi-Oh, you know how Yu-Gi-Oh like lets the pharaoh do all his duels. Like I can't help but watch Josh Allen and feel like Josh off the field is not Josh on the field, and the Josh that we see on the field is like some football being that just takes over for him when he's in game time. And I don't think May has that. And I don't think it's something that you can teach either. And that's okay. Like, that's not me trying to hate on May. I'll tell you right now, man, I think if you could teach that to May, if somehow you could get just a little bit of Jaden Daniels into Drake May, I'd be way more interested. But instead, I see with Caleb that potential to see the whole field. Like there's two quarterbacks that I have seen, and this is just me watching all 22 tape. I didn't do it in Peyton Manning, Drew Brees, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd have to go back and watch them. And who's to say maybe they did this too, right? But the craziest part to me about watching Aaron Rodgers was that watching Aaron 5 to 7 to 10 years into his career, it was as if he was watching the All-22 with us, right? Like I think Donald, is it you and I who have talked about this a little bit? Chris, is it you and I who have talked about this a little bit? Like Aaron and Tom Brady were watching it with us, which is a spooky thing, in my opinion, when you're watching when you see this quarterback picking the defense apart like he truly knows where they're going, what they're doing, how to exploit them. And I think Caleb might be able to get there because the way he feels the pocket in the offensive line and the way he sees the defensive backs moving, especially later in the season, in my opinion, is really impressive. He's just 21. And it's very obvious that he doesn't know what he doesn't know. But you stay around the league 3 to 5 years, you pick up some experience. This guy's prime might be something that we just haven't seen in Chicago. Now, the road to get there will be a little different. Like, and so I don't know what that's going to look like because we didn't even see a young Aaron Rodgers. And Chris, you mentioned the 32 fumbles in 36 games doesn't scare you. Of course it does. He tries to do too much. He ends up with nearly one turnover a game, which is just going to be the cost of doing business. I mean, you end up with what, 36 games? Doesn't he have like 70, 80? It's got to be 80 at least touchdowns. So you end up with a 2-to-1 turnover ratio. Too many turnovers, at least potentially. But the touchdowns to make up for it. And does that scare me? It's definitely a red flag. To pretend it's not a red flag isn't fair. But to say that it is the reason you can't draft him, to me, the moment that you end up with somebody, or the moment that you end up saying, I'm not going to get Caleb, I'm not going to get Drake, I'm not going to get CJ Stroud, I'm not going to take any of these quarterbacks. I'm going to wait around for my quarterback. I would look at that and I would say, if you can't take a quarterback last year or this year, you don't like quarterbacks and you're probably going to get fired. So I tend to think that Poles is going to take somebody. But let's see, Josh Allen to this day has plays that make you scratch your head in good ways and bad ways. It's the reason he probably won't beat Mahomes. You know, Evan, it's so funny. Mahomes does too. Like, Mahomes had the Jets game where he threw 3 picks. Mahomes had that Broncos game we watched on stream last year. It happens. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these quarterbacks that we love have these moments where it feels like they just unplug in many cases. And so I don't think we have the luxury as fans of being terrified about it. Like, at least in my opinion, I think the moment that you don't press the window, so what is it? Justice Moscota, the Green Bay guy, posted a 1-minute reel of all of Caleb's interceptions from 2022 to 2023, which is to say all 11 of them, right? And in nearly all of them, Caleb doesn't see a receiver or doesn't see a defensive back or short arms a ball that ends up getting picked because somebody jumps in front of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not about to tell you that that's good. But I will tell you that, anyways, Jay Sanders is here, and out of respect to Jay Sanders, because I love it, let's keep doing the stated purpose of the stream. Is it 10? Is it really just 10? I thought it was at least 11. Here's Cole Kmet making a play. Thank you, Tevin. Tevin's such a natural mover. Look at this catch. I love it. Boom. Then Foreman helps out a little bit. Solid little pocket movement from Bagent, but nothing crazy. Right, Evan? What are we doing here? We're going to just try to outrun 53? Good luck, Tyson. Yeah, Flex, I think that there you go. What if Tyson was the QB1 to start next year? Well, it'd certainly be interesting. I think that a lot of Bears fans would treat it very similarly to Andy Dalton and Caleb Williams. And then another group of people would treat it as if Caleb Williams couldn't beat out Tyson Bagent and therefore he sucks. Right? I would like the toxicity to end, but that's that. It's not going to happen. Razors in eyelids. Let's see here. Can't remember what they call this. Because it's like you're going to have an outside zone down block, but then you're going to just sweep back against the grain. Tanyan's obviously going to miss a block for us. That's not part of the game plan, but there you go. So you know Tyson has 150 rushing. in one realm of the multiverse, Tyson beats out both Fields and Williams. Gosh, that'd be hilarious. So it's worth remembering, Chris, that in many cases, you move the launch point at this point, or when you move the launch point, you're going to cut off portions of the field. Because when you sit right here, it's harder to throw back across the grain. I mean, you can, right? But the linebacker that moved over here can jump back, and now you threw a pick. And you can't design your offense around throwing pick sixes, at least not if you're going to succeed, right? So you're going to cut the field in half for your young quarterback a whole lot. And I do think some of this stuff could have worked for Fields, but at least in my opinion, it felt as if Getsy was. So we've talked about this before, Chris, where it felt like Getsy was just like Nagy trying to get caught. He got caught between challenging challenging the quarterback to raise his level of play and getting caught lowering the play concept to what his quarterback could do, right? But that's just my 2 cents. Out. I am a little excited, to see Tyler Scott in his second year. I think that there's more there, but I'm not trying to go full, like Fields is him 28 star something. Like, I don't know. Come up with your favorite Twitter username, right? Like, I'm not trying to go full Bears homer in that. I just think we are really hard on Tyler Scott as a rookie, and there was so much weirdness going on in the 2023 offense that I'm just not worried about it. Let's see, Rob out of gun. Have you noticed Caleb at the mesh point versus Fields? What specifically? Just because that's a big thing. But so, yeah, I'm surprised about it, Chicago, but to be honest, or Chicago fanatic, but you see a lot of this, and there's nothing weird about it. Maybe there's something wrong with it, but there's nothing weird about it. Where you get all kinds of people that if they weren't good in the first year that you see, then it's over and they're going to be awful forever, right? We like Mercedes Lewis. Here, Mercedes misses a block, but our guy goes out here and makes a play out of it, which works for me, right? But we love Mercedes. We decided we liked Mercedes, so he can do no wrong for us, and that's totally fine. Scott was a running back. Now he's a receiver. He's a developmental guy. He looked fast as hell on some of his plays. And if you go look at most fourth-round receivers, it generally takes a hot second for them to come online. That is not to say that he is a guarantee to come online. You know what I would bet on Tyler Scott? Nothing. I would go get a third receiver in free agency that can flex into a second receiver if something did not work out. And then I would still try to draft a sick receiver, right? But that's at least what I would do. Chris, look, I get that you feel like you're winning the argument. You're not, at least in my opinion. You go look at UCLA. Guy throws for 380 yards across the game, 260 yards in the first half. That's not sucking against a good defense, against Oregon. When he's running, or it's not even when his running game was working. Caleb makes plays left, right, and center. Some of them, his wide receivers just don't catch the ball for him and ends up playing a pretty good game at the very least. I think so. And that's a really good defense. I think if you turn on the Notre Dame tape, you see 3 interceptions and you see a lot of things to be really positive about. But you'd have to watch the game. And I'm not trying to talk to you about stats, to be honest. I'm trying to talk to you about what I see on film. You talk about Caleb playing poorly. I think USC played poorly. It's a team game. His receivers get deleted. His offensive line plays terribly. Like, look, I get it that we're clogging the chat, and I really don't want to. I'd rather focus on other things, right? But I saw USC get bodied in any game where they played a good defense. And that's Brendan Rice. That's Taj Washington. That's Lincoln Riley. That's the whole offensive line. It's bad out there. The pressure that Caleb's avoiding and working around, UCLA is the perfect option where the whole first half, up until the final 2 plays of the half, where he's forcing it, he ends up playing sack-free football, and in that, he ends up creating, 260 yards of throwing offense, and in Notre Dame, To go back a little further, had one of his offensive linemen not held away from the play, he adds a 45-yard rushing touchdown onto his stat sheet. But you wouldn't know that because I don't know if you watched the game. And if you did, that's fine. I get it. But you're hitting one argument over and over about top 25 defenses, and I can name you 3 games against top 25 defenses where I thought he played pretty well. He's a quarterback, though. 1 out of 11. We've seen this before, haven't we? Like, I think there's plenty of reasons for Caleb where I don't think you get the same for May. Some of it, a little bit, but I think Taj Washington's the best receiver that either of the two of them had. And May did some things to get him online, but May made a lot of pre-snap decisions where he stuck to the pre-snap decision no matter what and tried to hit the trick shot throw as if it was the only throw that he knew he was going to make. And that would bother me a lot more if Caleb wasn't right there. And I really like watching Caleb Williams. I think his pocket movement's outstanding, even in those bad games. Now, it's going to get him into hot water, and it did, because he tried to do way too much. And when the game gets out of hand in particular, he basically says, yeah, I get that it's 2nd and 12. We're going deep here or else. And so then he basically locks himself in this box where he won't play precise NFL type football because he's not playing a typical 3-down series. He's already trying to think about managing the clock so that he can get back in a game where his team is already down 17 points because his defense gave up 4 scores and a field goal on the first 5 drives of the game. It's hard to win football games when your defense does that. They did that pretty routinely. So I'm not trying to give you a whole bunch of excuses. I'm trying to tell you that I think football's a team game, and Caleb was largely doing his part. Were there mistakes? Of course there were mistakes. Places he could get better? 100%. He's a 21-year-old kid. But to say he sucked against top 25 defenses, I think you need to watch the games from the All-22 angle, and you're going to see receivers playing a lot worse than he was. But that's just my opinion. Anyways, I honestly, Josh, I don't think you need to. But so, any thoughts about Velus as punt returner running back? I mean, I think punt returner is, wait, you said PT running back. So what is PT? Like preseason or training camp? Like, so let's see here. Caleb Colt wanted Trubisky. Then they wanted Young instead of a historic trade. They didn't want Young. People on this stream, I mean, I can only, part-time running back. No, I love that. I'm here for it. 100%. Like part-time running back, Velus, man, Chris, I'm one of the guys that's been thumping that. I think he's flat out good. Like the moment that you get the ball in Velas's hands, he becomes a plus player. The moment that you try to get the ball into Velas's hands, he doesn't. Like that's where he's struggling. But so, anyways, let me see. You mentioned, so Chris, for what it's worth, majority of this chat, I mean, I can't speak for the plays where you're talking about, like, or I can't speak for the streams that you've been watching. Majority of this chat wanted a trade down last year. We got it. That's exciting. That's good, right? I don't think anybody wanted Bryce Young. I know I didn't want Bryce Young. If the Bears were going to draft anybody, I did want CJ Stroud. Yeah, easy to say now. But I was really against picking a quarterback because I thought that Justin Fields, more than just giving us a real shot at a franchise guy, I thought the Bears roster was in complete disrepair. Basically the same as the New England game, right? But that's that. That's how it is, you know? I think that if you trade back for a haul, to be honest with you, I think the best case scenario, you're looking at becoming the Browns, right? Which, do you want to be the Browns? I'm asking honestly. You probably do. They got smoked by CJ Stroud, which to me, I would call that a horrible end for a defense that good. And these defenses just don't last, right? But that's at least what I see. Like it's, let's see, but to be fair, that may be the case many Sundays in Chicago too, until Poles get some elite weapons. 100%. Evan, which one? Oh, yes. The hope here, Evan, is that they get more. Like, that's my hope. That's my hope. Like, I'll tell you right now, Evan, I don't think the answer is to stop with what the Bears have. I sure hope the Bears don't sign Curtis Samuel. Yeah, Derek, I'm going to get off of this. Don't worry. Like, I sure hope the Bears don't sign Curtis Samuel, sign Evan Brown, who's one of the worst centers in football. Not one of the worst, but like very middle tier, man. I hope that they don't, make those two moves and call it. That would be silly. That would be very silly, right? All right, so Chris, you've gotten to the point where you're repeating nearly ad nauseum. I got to put you in timeout, man. You didn't win any arguments here. Like, you're just repeating ad nauseum, and you're not really like, we're off track. But so, anyways, I tend to be with you, Marcus, where at least me, I would rather be the Bills, but that does involve Caleb Williams turning, or whoever the Bears quarterback is. I don't really care. You got to get a Josh Allen type. That's not easy, man. That's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. Colin, I want everybody to feel like they can get their voice heard. I really do. Like, I just don't want the chat to get so clogged that the natural conversation of what's going on gets, because I read it, man. Like, I run the whole stream by myself. I read the chat entirely on my own. Look at Tevin lighting this guy up, man. 76 getting out there. See ya. It's not even that hard to hit, but isn't that fun to watch? Chris, I hope we can be a Cincinnati. Can I? Chris, lean in a little bit. Let you in a little secret. Chat, you too. Come here. I don't think Burrow is as good as we make him out to be. But I think Joe Burrow's team is so good that it doesn't really matter. Like, this is exactly what I want to happen in Chicago. I want us to sit here a year or two from now and talk about how we think that Caleb might be a little overrated, but that's okay because we love him, right? Like, I think Joe Burrow, if you ask me between Burrow and Herbert, I'd probably tell you that I think Herbert 1-to-1 is better. But there's no denying that Burrow's got all that it factor. Like, there's no denying that Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Burrow getting the ball out fast and being the point guard with a little bit of Houdini in the pocket goes far. Don't let me take anything away from Burrow, because that's the thing. Like Chicago Fanatic says, I do want to see Burrow with fewer weapons. What we got when we saw Burrow with just T, right, was when we saw with Joe Burrow and just T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd was a pretty successful quarterback with an incredibly low yards per attempt. And like you're saying, Bearski, there's a ton of things to like about Burrow. Do not hear me trying to tell you I think Burrow is bad, right? It's more that when people put him in that same category as Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, I think, no, I hear you, Rab, 100%. You go there. Because I think Justin Herbert is one of the more interesting quarterback conversations in the NFL right now. There are some people that I think are going to point out that that frankly, like, Herbert has been really disappointing and he's a stat monster. I think that that's a really interesting conversation and I welcome it. I'm not trying to take some big stand here, especially because I see this league right now as 2 top quarterbacks, a gap, and then you get to the rest of everybody. But it's all me trying to say, Chris, to work back to the point that I'm trying to make, is I hope the Bears build a team that leaves us all saying that we think that the rookie quarterback is overrated. Like, I hope so. I hope the league, I hope the Packers fans, I hope the Vikings fans, I hope the Lions fans, I hope they're all mad, right? Like, I hope that they're all angry and they say, he's not even that good. Wouldn't that be ideal? Isn't that all you can hope for? Right? Like, I could show you some stuff that Caleb's done where you might say, hey, the receiver got open there. And it'd be like, yeah, that's how it works with quarterback. Like, you can, shocker, it's legal to pick up 300 yards off of throwing a screen here, a post here, and a deep one. And you get like 600 or 60 yards off of one play. And then you go 5 yards, 7 yards, incomplete, 5 yards, like, et cetera. And you just walk on through, and then people end up going, yeah, but his team did that, right? Like Chris, we end up talking here, and you're talking to your favorite Lions fan, and you go, "Yeah, but is Caleb that good?" Because I just think DJ Moore and Roma Dunze are amazing. Yeah, I hope we're in those conversations, don't you? Like, I hope we're sitting here saying, "Yeah, but they just have the perfect team around him." Like the same way we talk about the Eagles, the same way we talk about the Eagles, and I'm with you, Bearski. Like that, I agree with you. Like that goes really far. Why is Burrow so good? Because he's so good at that quick game. Burrow is a great reminder that the NFL is not what we make it to be sometimes. Because if you're not a king in the short game, if you're not a short king, it gets tougher out there. There's all kinds of things you can do that involve needing to hit that quick throw to hit that quick throw in the flat, to take the short crosser over the middle, to do the easy thing at some points. But, and I'm with you, Rab, I think that Burrow's not given near enough credit for the Houdini stuff. I mean, in my opinion, I'm, again, not by any means trying to say that Burrow's anything short of a top 6 quarterback in the NFL. I just think, to be honest with you, Rab, to be honest with you, a lot of this comes from the fact that you open your standard fare person's TikTok, or specifically your standard fare, probably a standard fare 27 to 34-year-old white woman's TikTok, and Joe Burrow thirst traps are on there. And I sit there and I'm like, Joe Burrow, like, hey, different strokes for different folks, and I get that. But the hype around Joe Cool always makes me go, but that's just me. Like, again, if Caleb Williams paints Joe, or if Caleb Williams paints FTP has a little bear on his pinky, right? And then on the other side, he paints FTP and I don't know, does something super, super weird. If he beats him, yeah, I'm going to do it every single week they play that team. Like, you think that I'm not going to Sharpie on my nails if Caleb makes this thing fun? Like, I'm going to be real. What's weird for 31 fan bases is immediately unweird when it's your guy. It's how it works in any sport ever. To 31 teams, Corey Perry, this one's out there for my NHL guys. To 31 teams, Corey Perry is a piece of trash. To your team, he's a grinder. And he's a pesky scorer that does a little bit more than everybody else. Just win, baby. Just win. Like, it's, at the end of the day, sports aren't hard. You just win, and everybody works it out. Would an NFL team trade the number 1 pick for Herbert? Airdrie, I don't know. But so I hear you. I think some people are going to like it. Some people are going to hate it. Robert's going to be working a dress. I'm right there with you, Rab. I mean, realistically. Man, look at Tevin digging the linebacker out. One thing that has really impressed me about Tevin Jenkins, is his quickness in executing his assignments. Like, Darnell Wright's got a lot of work to do because Darnell Wright leans a lot. Like, I love Wright, and especially in pass protection, he does a great job of holding up for 2.5 to 3 seconds, even when he's eating L's. But what's really impressed me about Tevin has been his awareness. When Tevin's on the field, he is seeing the game really well. We've got an extra blitzer coming in here, and somebody's got to stop him. It's going to be me, baby. Like, that sort of stuff. Let's see, more Shane film. We won't be seeing this many screens. Well, we might be. There are a lot of screens in the NFL. And off the blitz, we'll probably do more Shane film like next week or something. I don't know. If only because we're approaching the end of this. Oh, bummer, Tyson. We ran into one of the only sacks we took here. Tevin is playing for a new contract. He could be real scary next year. Man, I hope he just gets one. Like, I would hope that Tevin Jenkins gets an extension this offseason. Maybe they can't afford it. Like, that's very possible. But like you're saying, Chris, I mean, you could say that he's a tackle playing guard. I think that's totally possible. I also think there are some players that are just athletic enough. I mean, think about it this way, Chris. Okay. I think of a good metaphor that we can all relate to. I really like it when we can all relate. I may not get this. If Tevin Jenkins is athletic enough to stab with his right arm and effectively block somebody, but somebody else is not athletic enough to do that, that person has to plant their foot and engage both hands with proper weight balance, or they will just blow their assignment. And I say that, Chris, because you talk about tackle. I think it's more about just athleticism, which is not to correct you. It's just my opinion, right? Where we can end up being very, 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 very complimentary of players that are just better athletes than the guy across from them. And we'll end up saying a bunch of things that might ultimately all come back to Tevin Jenkins being a better athlete than the guy across from him. See, it's so funny, Chris, that you mentioned Poles hosed Tevin's tackle career. So I agree with you. I also will remain unconvinced until my dying day that Tevin Jenkins was ever going to be better than, what's the guy's name? Atlanta. McGarry. Caleb McGarry at tackle. Like Evan's right. That Tev at tackle reminds me of these shorter armed guys that eventually you're going to get matched up against a guy like Montez Sweat, and eventually a guy like Montez Sweat's going to smoke you. Especially because I don't think Tevin's feet are as good as we think they are. Here's the reason I say all this, Chris, because it probably sounds like I'm going hard at Tev. I think Tev was tailor-made to play guard. I think Tev is underrated at guard because he can't stay on the field. Like, I think Tevin Jenkins, Chris, can be a top 10 guard in the NFL, counting both sides. Like, Tevin Jenkins, to me, the slower feet, well, at guard, it doesn't matter because 3 techs and nose tackles are slower footed. So suddenly you look fast again, right? Slower feet for a tackle. Well, as a guard, he's pulling like a maniac. Power, that raw power that you need, and the shorter arms, right? Like, that's going to help you establish quicker leverage on the inside. Like, it all fits when I can't help, or when I look at what Tevin is doing as a guard. And to be honest with you, I actually think that fits with the story that we can see playing out in front of us, Chris, where it looks to me like Ryan Poles got to Chicago, told Tevin Jenkins, "You're a guard." Tevin Jenkins said, "No, I'm not. I'm a tackle. What are you talking about?" And I have to imagine that was part of the reason that Tev just didn't attend practice for a hot second, because they were probably arguing about this, or at least playing it out. And Flex Diggs, you mentioned, I think Tevin should have been given a shot at left tackle when Braxton was out, just to see what he had there. So imagine, Flex Diggs, that you're playing badminton. This is a weird metaphor, but I hope it works. Imagine you're playing badminton, and you play badminton for for the last year of your life. And then with a week's notice, I'm going to switch you to tennis, right? I'm going to give you a tennis racket. And I'm saying it's basically the same thing. And you're going to be like, "It isn't, though." And I'm going to be like, "Whatever, go up against a professional tennis player. And we want you to do good at that." I think you'd get hosed. Maybe Tevin would have been good there. Maybe. Realistically, why wouldn't you play the guy that practices there? Like, I think it's easy to forget that, like, Larry Borum, at the very least, is not uncomfortable playing against a Montez Sweat type. He might be bad, and against Washington, as a matter of fact, he was bad against both of them. Again, Chase Young especially. But the moment that you take a guard and you kick him out to tackle, it's a whole new world. Like, there's so much more space out there. You go from the phone booth out to the island. And I think you would have an easier transition. Not quite the same. I think you'd have an easier transition making Tev a center than making Tev a tackle again. But that's me trying to overemphasize the point that I think interior line play and tackle play are just completely different ball games. And yeah, you can get guys that can do a little bit of both. And like you're talking about, Chris, Kyle Long moved out to right tackle and popped Khalil Mack. So who's to say? Like it could easily work. Where Tevin could just summon his inner competitiveness and athleticism. And Chris, to your point, there's not a bunch of tape on how to beat him. So the edge rusher just has to play vanilla, which helps you out, right? Like that's a good thing that you get to basically play an unscouted game. But just like we saw when Kyle Long was playing tackle, he was athletic enough to do it. He just might not, or he was better on the inside, more impactful on the inside. And so I would hope that Tev gets to stay there. I would hope that it keeps him healthier, but who's to ever say? Tyson, I got caught watching the offensive line. What happened here? Tyson, what are we doing? Okay, so we go. Oh, if we're going to throw anything, it's Kmet. But as much as I always talk about like taking Tampa 2 and like throwing over the top of the pole runner, nobody ever does it. Like Josh Allen might attempt this throw, but Tyson's not going to. He thinks about it. Probably could get to catch you soon, Chris. Love it. Probably could get to DJ Moore there. But we're going to be saying a lot of this stuff next year, right? Where it's like, this is his third game. I would love to see him throw there, but it's third down. Maybe he's thinking that if he throws to him, there's no chance he's going to get upfield with it. But he sure loses his chance all the same. One thing that is going to be really interesting. Okay, I did not think I was going to make this comparison. I hope you're ready for a weird one. A weird one, right? I actually wonder if Tyson Bagent being on the roster would help Caleb Williams with his pocket movement. Not that Caleb's pocket movement is bad, right? But in the world of the NFL transition, clearly Bagent can do it. Like, what is it? Tyson Bagent ended up with the lowest sack rate in the NFL per qualifying quarterbacks. Like, yes, the line is sure helping, but Bagent actually, Bagent feels the pressure really well. Moves, resets his feet, moves again, can get away from this guy. Look, I'm not about to oversell Tyson Bagent. At the end of the day, you are what your arm says you are at quarterback for the most part. But I'm interested to see, like, okay, what mentorship could Bagent offer a guy like Caleb Williams? And I'm legitimately interested to think about what that might actually, like, what that would look like. Because there are pieces of this that I just wonder, Eric, to use your example, I wonder what would happen. Like, how much value could Bagent offer somebody like Caleb, where Caleb might think it's ridiculous that a UDFA is talking to him like he knows something, right? But also, I wonder if Caleb would listen to the guy speaking from the perspective of, bro, I just did this. Like, I've been where you're sitting. Not as a starter, but as a rookie. And this is what I would want to know. Like, not full take him under your wing kind of thing, but just as simple as, have you thought about doing this? Like, I wonder how good Bagent is as the clipboard guy. I'm just really intrigued. Not that I even know what that means. I don't. Would Nick Foles be a better mentor? Well, conventionally speaking, yeah, right? But it's the NFL. There's going to be stuff that Bagent knows because he's played a ton of football, but moreover, he started 4 NFL games. There are plenty of backups that haven't started any games. Certainly not won them. I mean, I think we've talked about this before, back when we were talking about Bagent. It's like Tyson Bagent, what is this? The list of UDFAs that have tried out for an NFL spot is extremely long at quarterback. The list of UDFA quarterbacks that has tried out for an NFL team is extremely long. The list of quarterbacks that have made that NFL team as a UDFA is much shorter. The list of quarterbacks that made the team and played in a game as a UDFA is much shorter. The list of quarterbacks that didn't just play in a game, they started in a game. That's even shorter from UDFAs. And then you get to the very short list. Look, I can't rattle it off to you. I wish I could. Of UDFA quarterbacks that didn't just make a roster, but they started a game and they won it. You are talking about a very short list. So I don't know what that means for Tyson Bagent, but it's not many guys. And there's something to be drawn from that, because you could consider that is truly earning something. Like, there's a lot of these guys where they end up starting a game because they got picked in the 5th round, and you might as well figure out what you have in the kid, right? This isn't that. The Bears owed nothing to Tyson Bagent. Nothing at all. They just liked him enough to make him the QB2. And then beyond that, they liked him enough to be willing to start him. And then he went out and won, not one, but 2 games, which, good for Tyson. Really good for Tyson. Cool as hell, to be honest with you. So I'm really intrigued to see what that means. Like, I mean, you'd think so, right, Evan? Oh, is this the fumble? Oh, man, I forgot about this. Solid timing. And a great reminder that for as much as we talk about anticipatory throws, hey, guilty of it. Guilty of this, right? As much as we talk about who's slandering Killamont? As much as we talk about anticipatory throws, not every throw in the NFL needs to be anticipatory. And I really mean that. Like, in plenty of cases, it's like, okay, we're going to then see that the guy comes off his block, and we've got the room to just feather the ball in there. Now it ends up being a turnover, but the general, most coaches would tell you DJ Moore's got to get down there, that there is a risk to extending the play, and that's that risk. It is. It is, Bearski. It's huge for coaches. Man, look at Tev. Boom. Like, I love watching Tev Jenkins. And I'll tell you what, there are so many reps like this one. So many reps like this one where Braxton gets a little bit of natural chip help. I love this stuff. You want to talk about how football is great. Like, the fact that Kmet lines up across from 96 and then whips out in front of him. Watch him right here. You see his hands go up for Kmet and then turn into a pass rush move. That natural motion creates a chip-like effect that keeps him from rocketing off the ball. I mean, you want proof? Look at Cam Jordan versus 96 on who gets where in roughly the same amount of time, right? Cam Jordan is off to the races, and Darnell Wright has to deal with that. And then Braxton Jones gets to fight a much more stable player, and there's nothing there. Good on the tackles. I imagine the Bears are going to do quite a bit of that. I'm really interested to hear what Shane Waldron thinks of Braxton Jones. Ryan Poles probably likes him. Shane Waldron might not love him the same way that some do. I'll tell you that in my opinion, and I've talked about this before, I see Braxton as a really good player, but more Leno than he is top 10 tackle. And that's fine by me. I don't care, right? Like, I think you're fine with a Leno that you chip for and then a good tackle across from him. But also, if you're looking for a better offensive line or you want to upgrade that, I could understand a new offensive coordinator being like, bro, I just had the 28th best line in football per PFF. You can give me more than that if that's what falls to you. Like, for instance, Jordan. Receivers are off the board. You can't take a defensive player. You have to take an offensive lineman. How do you rank the offensive lineman at 9? What interests you? But I'm intrigued. Because I feel like there's a bunch of offensive line names that I've seen pop up recently that I'm like, oh, I didn't realize that he was even in consideration. I feel like Alt and Fashanu have got all the branding right now. Like, I think Alt is going sooner off the blitz. Alt OT1, Olu OT2. I mean, I think that's it. Let's see, Derek, what do you talk about? Yeah, it can be all of it. And I mean, Kurt's really good at Madden. Really good at Madden. Oh, look at Tev. Look at Tev. Look at Tev. Gosh, how do you not like this guy? Gosh, how do you not like this guy? Look at Tev Jenkins right here. He gets a little help from Whitehair, and he takes it all the way over. I don't care that he fell. I don't care. Look at the movement. Look at the displacement we get on this. We're going to take him from the center line. We're going to take him from the center line. And with a little bit of help, we pull him nearly to the numbers. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I think Alt's going to the Chargers. I personally think that if the Bears are going to take an offensive tackle, it would be Olu, just because that's going to be the one on the board. I need to watch more Olu so that I know what the feel is. Khalid, I think So Khalid Yakub asks me, who do you think is going to trade for Fields? Bro, I don't know. I think that the Steelers seem like they're trying awfully hard to convince us all that they're cool with who they have at quarterback. There's no way they are cool at quarterback. No way. And if they are, then they deserve what's coming to them, right? I think the Falcons are going to take a look at what they can do. Like, I think the Falcons are going to consider right now, if I had to guess, the Falcons are going through all of their draft eval, trying to figure out whether they think Jaden Daniels or JJ McCarthy can be that guy. And I don't think they're going to get there. Because, Derek, you mentioned Falcons screaming JJ. Whoever you draft has to hit the ground running. And, hey, maybe they don't feel that way. But with a core as young as you have, what on earth, bro? You got to move. You got to go. And JJ's not there yet. Like, I'm curious to see if Jordan, because I know, Jordan, you're probably the biggest McCarthy homer on the face of the earth. Like, I don't think McCarthy should play as a rookie if I got to choose. And so I can't help but think, just talking out loud, that Atlanta may work themselves around to Fields being their best option, even if they're a little disappointed about it. I think you should be able to say that too. Like, I think right now the Falcons have bigger dreams than Justin Fields. It's just a matter of if they can live out those dreams. And if Fields is basically option 2 at this point, you may get to option 2 when you go through option 1 at the combine. You don't like these guys quite like that. And then you start talking to the agents of, like, the agent of Kirk Cousins, and the agent of Kirk Cousins tells you, no, we're going to free agency so that we can take an offer back to Minnesota. Minnesota's just going to sign whatever we bring him. I'm going to tell you right now, like, we can negotiate. Maybe, who knows? Maybe if you give us $55 million a year, like, we can talk about it. But that's what's going to take, because we already heard 48 from this guy. We already heard 52 from them. Like, Minnesota's cool up to 52. So we're sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. And so then at that point, there's a chance that the Falcons work back and end up saying, okay, I think Fields is as good as we're going to get. And then they bid for Fields. But we'll see. I think that New England is an intriguing idea Not because I think Fields wants to play in New England, not because I think that New England needs Fields, but because in theory, if the Patriots traded for Fields, then the Patriots could pick up Fields' option. So this one, I'm gonna tell you right now, this one would be hateful to Justin. I hope this doesn't happen. If Gerard Mayo had this sick idea for if Gerard Mayo had this sick and dirty and twisted idea to basically use Justin Fields as a bridge quarterback to better days on the roster, you could take advantage of Fields' popularity by trading for Justin, picking up his 5th-year option, and then letting Justin take another 2 years worth of hits as a bad Patriots team puts the pieces together around him. Maybe you get him Marv. Maybe you trade back from 3 to pick up the pick that you sent back to, or that you sent to Chicago. So you try to get the haul. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying, Derek. Like, and so then at that point, Fields puts butts in seats for Robert Kraft, and everybody goes, oh man, oh man. Like, it would, and they go, oh, Fields is going to do this for us. Yeah, yeah. And Gerard Mayo the whole time is just adding talent around this guy so that then in 2025, if they like somebody, they could take a quarterback. And if not, they could push to 2026 where they still have options because they traded down from 3 to get those options. Like, that's the thing, Josh, and everybody in here. If you're thinking what I do, at this point, Eric, I'm wondering if they would give up 35, right? Which would be pipe dream. But this depends on the market that you get for Justin Fields. And how valuable would this be to them? It could be pretty valuable because the Patriots at this point would be able to try out. They would be trading for Fields because they like Fields. They would earnestly hope that Fields became the guy for them. But in the event that Fields did not become the guy for them, you would have built up the roster for the next guy. And if I have convinced you of the evil and worse, the potential use of this plan, then you see that there might be some validity to it. Just because what I think Gerard Mayo needs is time. I don't know a great way for Gerard Mayo to get time. Like, I've been trying to think out, like, what do you do, right? You can't realistically expect the Patriots to sign Gardner Minshew and for Boston to not get antsy. Whereas if you do get this young quarterback with all kinds of branding and you use him as a bridge, which is kind of what Poles did, then the fans stay invested and you get a quarterback to try out. And worst case scenario, you lose a bunch of games and you shrug your shoulders and you move on with very little cost. I don't know if they give up that high second. I guess they might offer their 3rd plus a 3rd or something like that. But I think their talent level is just really bad. And so there's somebody I think is a dark horse. And then another dark horse we haven't talked about. And this move would be sad. I'm going to warn you guys. This move would be sad. This move would be boring. This move would be depressing. The Giants. And they would do this if Brian Daboll got a mandate and Joe Shane got a mandate, right? Where they said, you have to win. And these guys hated Daniel Jones. I don't actually know if that's true, right? They obviously extended him. They can't hate him that much. But if Brian Daboll goes through his options and cannot figure out how to get any better at quarterback, and Fields is the best they get, then so Jordan, the problem is that Daboll would be good for Fields, but that Giants offensive line and that Giants receiver room would not be. No, Bearski, I think the best scenario for him is Atlanta. I know that we get all goofy about this kind of thing, but if you did put Justin Fields in a backfield with Bijan Robinson, you gave him a big target like Drake London to throw to, and you gave him, there's another guy. Oh, Kyle Pitts is helpful, but he's not that crazy, right? The Atlanta thing makes a lot of sense for Fields. I think Atlanta is better for Fields than, especially because their defense is pretty solid. I think Atlanta's better for Fields than the Steelers are. The Steelers have a bunch of receivers. That's great and all, but Fields does not seem to like throwing the go ball. Maybe he finally will the moment he gets traded and basically says, screw it, bro, and just starts slinging the pill. But I doubt it. Like, just because we've seen 3 years of one style of play in the NFL, and maybe we get more of it because George Pickens is George Pickens, but I'll believe that when I see it. The moment you start getting into the higher forms for Fields, because like, I mean, you mentioned you don't see Atlanta just because like the offensive coordinators, totally Jordan. I mean, my thought that I would look back at you, Jordan, and say is that you have to remember that these coaches don't always get the guy they want. Like, it's because JK, I actually get what you're saying when you talk about the Rams. I personally think, okay, so here's my weird call. Everybody ready? I think the Rams are a threat to trade up for McCarthy. A threat. I'm not saying they're going to, right? But I think that if Sean McVay interviews JJ McCarthy and loves him, that he absolutely would consider paying a pretty hefty price for to come up, draft JJ, stash him behind Matt Stafford, let Matt Stafford teach JJ McCarthy for a year, maybe two. And then when Matt Stafford waves goodbye to the rest of the NFL, like he ends up what like McCarthy takes over and never looks back. Like it's the Rams are a funky org because they have so many things going well for them that you could argue that a future plan at quarterback might be incredibly important. And I and I can't help but think about McCarthy. And to me, at least, Jordan, if you're seeing things the way I do, McCarthy fits what McVay wants to do. Like, there's all kinds of things that a guy like McVay could use. And you get a little bit of veteran leadership for JJ right now. Like, this is thinking from JJ backwards. That to me sounds the most ideal. And the Rams are what, 18th? Like, they're definitely not in the high part of the order, but they're not that high either. So you could end up easily with a situation where the Rams prioritize that. But who's to say? I don't know. I guess we'll get there when we get there. Like, the Vikings are the only team to get in their way. The Vikings play them too fast, too. Like, my opinion is JJ could easily go to the Vikings, and Jordan, I think you could end up so sad just talking out loud because in theory, the Vikings are a pretty good spot for JJ outside of the part where they would play him fast. And so at that point, I worry that the Vikings, like a lot of teams, or JJ, like a lot of quarterbacks, is what I intended to say, could end up getting gun shy. Like Jordan, watching Bagent, I'm going to just play this. Watching Bagent decay over time, like, was really sad to me. Like, the more we watched Tyson Bagent, the more you could see Tyson Bagent basically starting to play scared. He didn't know what he didn't know. 2 games into his NFL career, especially after that Chargers game. That Chargers game, he learned what he didn't know. Like, and he started to think about it. And you can't have a quarterback play like he's thinking about it. You can't have a quarterback play like he's thinking about it. And the moment he does, you got problems. I'm with you. Whoever said, what is this? JJ being an interesting prospect. Let's see. Baker has said the coaches there helped him to be himself again. I think Fields needs to play with confidence so the Rams could get that out of him. More consistent big plays, but also the small stuff. Well, so JK, you're definitely hoping that the Bears, or you're definitely hoping that the Bears screwed up with Fields. If you're trading for Fields and you think he's that guy, okay, Brax. All right. Look, I get that he's just a linebacker blitzer, but Brack's getting a little bit of that trap action. Okay. Braxton the Bully is a fun watch because I'll tell you what, like, okay, for somebody who knows better than me, Quentin, if you're still in here, I could use you. Jordan, if you're here, I could use you. Anybody that feels like they can teach me something, I would love to know what you're thinking. But when I look at Braxton Jones. I see an extremely long athlete that is too tall. But what else am I missing? What about Braxton limits his ceiling, right? Like just so that I'm aware, it feels to me like the ultimate problem with Braxton Jones' anchor is that he's too lean and he's so tall that he can't drop his hips enough the way that better tackles can. That it's just a matter of physics. And on offensive line, when you've got the physics in your favor, and again, like look at Tevin Jenkins, for crying out loud. Look at Tevin Jenkins. Compare Tevin Jenkins to the way that Lucas Patrick looks carrying nearly the same weight. Look at how lean, look at how fast, look at how natural Tevin looks at that ridiculous weight, right? That is the difference. Like when we talk about offensive linemen, they don't grow on trees. Like the biggest part, I think, about the biggest part about offensive line that goes unnoticed is how difficult it is to just find these guys. Like it, and so I can't help but look at Braxton, and sure, there's some technique stuff that could get better. But when we talk about what Braxton is and what Braxton isn't, the good thing Braxton has going on with him is that this guy, I think Braxton could dunk. Like, I can't speak for what's real, but Braxton's footwork looks clean enough that I would bet you Braxton Jones could dunk a 10-foot basketball just at his weight because he looks outrageously athletic to the point where he's too light on his feet. Like, I think that when Jordan talks about how Braxton needs to sink his chair, I don't think Braxton can. Like, I think when Braxton dips his hips too much, he loses his center of gravity. I mean, how much can you bend these knees past a certain point? And granted, like, because that's the thing. It's Jordan, you talk about as low as Rob wants. I'm pointing out physical limitations. Like, to me, I think it's as simple as can you? Right? And I think that Braxton, at the end of the day, can't. And without gear, you hope, or that's a good way to put it. Without gear, you hope that Braxton can put on 10 pounds a year. So if it is a mass question, it'll take time. That's definitely possible. Like more than anything, I'm saying I like, or I'm saying that I like Braxton Jones because I do. But it's funny because when you watch the guys like Tristan Wirfs, etc., you look at Tristan Wirfs and his stance and you go, that guy's amazing. Like, it's so funny to me watching football, the way that, especially on offensive line, you can pick out the good ones. You can go, Jackson Powers Johnson is way bigger than the center is. Centers don't look like that. Centers don't look like that. I am looking at a great white shark. It's kind of just like looking at animals in some capacity. I mean, gosh, please do not take that too far. But you look at plenty of players and you go, wow, really long arms like this? Amazing. And you're telling me his footwork is that good? Amazing. And you're telling me this, that, and the other? Amazing. And so what's the problem here? Well, he stands up really, really tall for you. Really tall. Really tall. And it just gives his anchor an issue. I don't know how much it's going to get better eventually. But you get some reps like this, especially when he's up against guys that are a little on the lighter side, where he's just going to kind of throw them around. I agree. Off the blitz, I'm right there with you. Where ultimately I love Darnell Wright's like bar fighter attitude. Not to mention nothing I and Darnell Wright's latch, which is really, really good. Ty, what did I do? What did I do? Because I haven't. I've had that book handed to me. But like, so off the blitz, probably my favorite trait about Darnell is that he uses his latch to his advantage and is so, so good. Wait, what did I do? Hey, David. How you doing? Mhm. Friend of mine, Donnie, sorry about that. Friend of mine tagged me and said Robert really stepped in it tonight, which means if I had to guess that one of my tweets from right before the show probably went off a little too hard. Let me see. Did it? Is it the one I think it is? Probably. Yeah, I guess so. Whoops. Look, I know we've kind of talked about this, but I think one of the weirdest parts about this is that you talk to so look, JK, it's nothing crazy. Look, I keep the field running. I'm gonna try to get better, at least at these off-season streams, of just keeping it running, right? And then if I'm gonna talk about nothing, I can talk about nothing while we end up talking, or like while some film is playing, so that if something cool happens, we can get distracted with the film. But anyways, um, I just said something about how basically most of these players that a lot of people want to build around that we look back at, right? We end up watching a team build around their quarterback position. And then when that quarterback at the quarterback position shows to not be good enough, they replace him with a new quarterback. This is not difficult, right? Coincidentally, a lot of the teams that do this are a lot of what we would consider the NFL's model franchises, right? The teams that show loyalty to their quarterback end up being the teams that, generally speaking, have a quarterback that's underperforming, sometimes overpaid, most of the time overpaid. Because if you're underperforming, there you go. Um, and you end up with angry fans that wish that their guy was better, right? And so I talked about at one point on Twitter, I compared Justin Fields in the 2023 roster to Carson Wentz handing the baton off. This is all tongue in cheek. Carson Wentz handing the baton off to Jalen Hurts, and Patrick Mahomes handing the baton off, or like Alex Smith handing the baton off to Patrick Mahomes. And let me see, I had a couple other examples, like how Rodgers handed the baton off to Love, and then how Lance handed the baton off to Purdy, right? Where these are not, it's not like they're all the same. That's just not what I'm trying to get at, right? It's more this idea that all of what the Bears did to build around Fields this year ends up applying to Caleb next year. Like, okay, they added Darnell. He should be better. And they still have Braxton. He should get better. We sure hope Tevin, who showed last year he's really good, and ends up better. And then Lance did play 4 games. It's more about the idea of 4P. What I'm getting at here, because you mentioned that Lance didn't have the baton. I'm right here with you. It's worth also mentioning Ty and 4P that I'm also thinking of this more from the okay. We all seen Friday Night Lights, the good one, the movie, where you remember that scene where Billy Joe, I cannot remember the actor's name, where the coach is standing at the board and he's like got the starters and they're moving the magnets up with the different names on them. It's all those magnets, right? Like it's oh, I hear you, Ty. The point is that I think a lot of people want to sensationalize the quarterback just enough that they say, oh, well, they're going to add these pieces for this quarterback. They say, we got DJ Moore for Justin Fields. They got DJ Moore for the Bears quarterback. And I think a lot of people forget. I mean, not literally forget, but just this. It's not like you put Caleb Williams in and DJ gets worse, and that's related directly to Fields. I mean, maybe Fields is a better than Caleb Williams or Drake May. Never impossible. Never impossible. Right? But it's I just see a team that to me Caleb will or Bragg. Wow, I just botched the name so many times. I get around 11 and I get embarrassed. To be honest, there's so much bad stuff that comes out of my mouth once I get 3.5 hours into the stream. Sometimes I'm amazed that any of you guys hang with me at this point because it just gets ridiculous, right? How many verbal fumbles you'll hear from me. Point being that you're going to struggle to convince me that the Bears GM Ryan Poles' moves have not been in support of the Bears quarterback position, save one. Can you guess the move I'm thinking of? There is one move that Ryan Poles made that I am convinced was for Fields in particular. You could say that theoretically this one was also for the quarterback position, but this one was for Fields. It's the only move so far in the rebuild. How did you? Wow. Okay. So apparently it's obvious because Hobotogo and Arthodic came out with it immediately. I absolutely think that Chase Claypool was a move made immediately for Justin Fields. I think that Chase Claypool, yes, the Bears were trying to get ahead of the market. Yes, it was an attempt at doing the same thing that they did with Montez Sweat. But I also believe, just because I was alive at that moment, that Justin Fields looked like he was on the precipice of a 5-game win streak or something. And that's the thing, JK. I tend to agree with you. Like, you had the Pats game, then you had the Miami game where he's Equanimeous St. Brown holding on to a football away from potentially winning that game. And then, or the referee giving Chase Claypool a call, right? And I think before that, you had the Cowboys game where the Cowboys should have blown the Bears out, and they ultimately did blow the Bears out. But Justin Fields shook his fist at destiny and almost brought them back. Like, that Cowboys game is an underspoken story. I can pull the film if you want it. Like, that game, I remember smiling ear to ear because the Bears go from 21-7, I think. And then they crawl back into it, 14-21, I think. They get scored on, 28-14. They score again, 21-28. They score again, 28-28. And then you get the fumble, the Montgomery fumble that Fields doesn't dive on. And then bang, they score again. Et cetera, et cetera. But that game with or that trade with Chase Claypool, I would say, was the Justin Fields move. Everything outside of that, including the DJ Moore move, was made with, well, I hope it's for Fields, but maybe not. And they've always kept this door open. It's been open the whole time. It's just no fun to talk about, right? Because the idea that Ryan Poles has been potentially planning to move off of Fields for longer than a couple weeks, it's likely, but can we all agree it's a real bummer? Like, we have conversations that might be so far removed from the conversations that they're having inside of Hallis Hall right now that when they are speaking on a completely different place than we are, I think it can feel like a real bummer for everybody. Like, just being real. I don't ever, because I think sometimes Twitter doesn't have enough characters. We all know that. And I take advantage of that too often because I write these 1,500 character thread things that are just abominable. But I'm glad you guys enjoy them sometimes. I just think this is so much more business than we are making it. Because that's the thing, Eric. If you told me that the Bears had a young Kirk Cousins, right? A young number 9 quarterback in the NFL. I'll even stretch it a little bit. If they had, I hate saying this name, if they had Jordan Love, but he was going into his 4th year. You know what? Screw it. Whatever. Stick with him. Trade down. Get me those 3 firsts. Get me those 3 seconds. Get me that veteran player. That disgusting trade down that we all want. You know what? If you've got Geno Smith, or a Geno Smith level quarterback at the helm, screw it. Go for it. Why not? It's not what we have, which is what bums me out. That's the thing, JK. I'm by no means trying to make you go, wow, Jordan Love, or something like that. It's less about Love. That's why I threw Geno Smith in there. You can also, if you'd like, use it as, you can also use Baker Mayfield, if you'd like. Like because that's the thing, Donnie. Don't remember the key here is it's Justin Fields. It's Justin Fields. So it's Justin Fields. He's still going into his 4th year, but he's playing at Geno Smith's level. He's playing at Kyler Murray's level. He's playing at Kirk Cousins' level, Jared Goff's level. The better way to put this would be 2019 Ryan Tannehill. Justin Fields is basically Tannehill, right? Like he's chucking it deep. His legs are his check down, and he's ripping those deep balls with impunity. He's living or dying by what his receivers will pluck out of the air, but he's letting them go. He's bombs away, baby. Like he's calling in stratagems left and right, etc. The point being, if we were doing that, if we were talking about that, we would have a conversation. I feel like I like to think I'm a fun guy. I like to think you guys enjoy this. I like to think we all know that I'm pretty optimistic. I like to think we all know that I try to see the best in the majority of situations. I like to think that we all agree that if there is a shred of hope to be had, I will hope that hope. I hope that's what you think of me. That's what I really try to be. Now, granted, everybody gets an opinion, so you totally may not agree. But my goal in this is to be hopeful when there's hope, to be excited when there's something exciting. And I feel like the bad guy. I mean, I'm sure there's bad guys that are worse. Like I know there are plenty of Twitter accounts that go way harder on Fields than I do. But I feel like I have to be one of these people sometimes that keeps reminding everybody that we're just not talking about the bird in the hand and the two in the bush. I said that at the top of the stream. I hate that I have to keep repeating myself. Like it's two birds in the bush. And the moment it's two birds in the bush, the question is, are you going to take the bird in the bush at quarterback? Or are you going to take the slightly better odds at a good quarterback? And by slightly, I mean actually quite a bit better odds at a quarterback. Or are you going to or are you going to hope that the roster supports you? Here, let me show you something. Let me see here. Let me see if I can find this article. Is this the same thing? Yes. Okay. Perfect. One thing I want to see if I can't do is share other creators every time I get the chance to. Right? So, how absurd is Drake May fatigue? Jordan, I don't think it's fatigue. I think it's on purpose. If you want to know. Now, granted, you know me. Jordan, am somebody who's absolutely willing to put my tinfoil hat on when I think it makes sense. And in this case, I think it makes sense. I think that there are a lot of teams trying to do the whole, oh yeah, Drake May sucks, the same way that they were trying to do it with CJ Stroud. Teams love to take QB2 and see if they can bring him down the board. It's not going to happen. He's going to have a great pro day. He's going to have a great combine. Like, Jordan, what do you think he's going to run? 4.5? I don't think he's running 4.4. But he's going to end up, that height and weight is going to pop. He's going to run. He's going to throw really well. He's going to have a great pro day. He's going to have a great set of interviews. I'm not worried about Drake. Anyways, let's talk about this. So, this is Dave Kluge. Dave Kluge is really, really cool, I think. Like, he's one of my favorite follows for fantasy football information on the Bears. Ignore all this. Love it. It's a good piece of writing if you'd like to. The name of the article is Why the Chicago Bears Need to Draft Caleb Williams. But the piece that I want to get into here is the data that he comes up with. So the big thing that he did was he took a look at he took a look at quarterbacks. He took a look at quarterbacks over the last 30 years and tried to look for how many of them are successful and from where, right? I'm going to quickly boost this so that we can try to see this a little bit better, right? So, as you can probably see, reading it for you guys, like, right, 4P? So, 4,000 yard, have you ever had a 4,000 yard season, had a 30 plus passing touchdown season? Did you make 80 starts? Did you win a playoff game? Did you make a Pro Bowl? These were the 5 benchmarks. And Chicago Fanatic, this was a tweet until he put it in to an article. So he took a look at the first overall quarterbacks. This is over the last 30 years, 20 quarterbacks selected with the number 1 pick, right? I could rip you through the data. What matters here, right? So 4,000 yards, 70% chance. 30 touchdowns, 45% chance. Good enough to make 80 starts, 81% chance. Playoff win, 65% chance. Pro Bowl, 70% chance. But the moment you got into quarterbacks that are not number 1 overall, so QB2, number 2, all the way down to 32, right? You cut most of these numbers in half. So now your 4,000 yard season drops from 70 to 25. Your 30 plus touchdowns, 45 to 24. 80 starts, less than half the opportunity. Playoff win percentage, well, hey, 38%. Totally possible, right? Pro Bowl, literally half as likely. And so of those 32, you get Josh Allen, or of 2 to 32, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Ryan Tannehill, Matt Ryan, Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers, Ben Roethlisberger, Dante Culpepper. Those are your guys. Those are the guys from 2 to 32. This is Football Guys, Zeno Tenet. So then you take a look at this. He then groups them differently, right? Sorry about that. Look at the drop off on this. This is picks 2 to 5, for crying out loud. 70 to 26. 45 to 21.7. 81 to 38. Playoff win, 65 to 34. Pro Bowl, 70 to 45. You include picks 2 to 10, and that jumps up, probably largely because of Allen and Mahomes. But so that's the thing, Donnie. The numbers definitely are a little bit skewed because you're comparing probably 100 to 200 quarterbacks versus about 30, but then you group them in only one versus picks 2 to 5 or picks 2 to 10 or picks 2 to 16 before you get to the picks 2 to 32, and you see that the numbers are pretty steady, at least recently, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I have no idea. I'm not trying to tell you that these numbers are anything more than numbers. I think what a Rothick said is the most important part of this. It's that generally speaking, we are able to get one quarterback right. Generally. From there, it becomes quite a crapshoot. You end up with all kinds of guys that are all kinds of levels of project, right? But we can get one right. And I tend to think we can get 2 right. Exactly, 4P. Like, the way that I would at least see this, I think May is going to be fine. I think May would be number 1 if Caleb Williams didn't exist. Look, I understand that that's not a hard thing to say, but I think May is in that group of very, very good. I think he'll be fine. I think Daniels is in this. Like in the world of where I would grade everybody, and I'm one person on the internet, I think Caleb Williams and Drake May are both worthy of the number 1 pick. I think personally, Jordan, I think that JJ is like here. That's not because I hate him. That's because I think that he's incredibly talented but developmental. I think that it sounds like Jaden Daniels is going to go here. I'm going to put little dots around him just because that's me taking a grade based on what I keep hearing people talking about. No idea. But Like I look at, I mean, Turbo Duran. It's funny you mentioned imagine Jaden Daniels in a Bears uniform. I can imagine Jaden Daniels in a Bears uniform. I've seen Jaden Daniels play in a Bears uniform for 3 years. Like, I Quake 2, I thought Joel Klatt did a great job. I mean, now granted, it just so happens that if you listen to Joel Klatt's breakdown of the quarterbacks, it probably sounded pretty similar to mine. So, of course, I like the guy. I agree with him, right? But jokes aside, I thought Klatt did a great job of articulating all of the reasons that I like a lot of these guys for differing reasons. Like Jordan, I hear you on quarterback being taken in the 20s. Man, you always get your quarterback half a round to a round sooner than you want to. Me personally, Turbo, me personally, I would take Caleb. That doesn't mean that you have to like Caleb. I just watch his tape. I really think he's got something special. And if for no other reason than what you see with his release and how he operates the pocket. Like truly, Turbo, if you took all the scrambles out and you took all of the crazy sicko throws out, I think that you get a quarterback that is an incredibly exciting pocket passer. And that is exciting to me. That's the thing. Like, Jordan, I hear you. I trust that Poles will make the decision as he needs to. Zeno Tennant, this article. Let's see. TJ Edwards breaking down the Bears defense. Let's see. So, probably, I did not see it yet. I won't be shocked if I end up liking that kind of thing. Just telling you right now. Just because not only is it badass, but let me see. Oh, I've already seen it, Erothic, but to be honest with you, if I get the time, I can do something better. Let me see. First of all, John, yes. But also, John, can I just throw something else at you? I think we like people we like. I think we don't like people we don't like. I think that, to be honest with you, John, there are a lot of people that don't like Caleb Williams. I think there are a lot of people that think that he's arrogant and he's entitled. No, I hear you, Rothick. I think there are a lot of people that think Caleb is arrogant. I think there are a lot of people that think he's entitled. I think that there are a lot of people that do not understand him. I mean, this is a guy, I can't tell whether this is a rumor or not, but it totally fits what I see on the field. This is a guy who, from what I understand, journaled out or diaried out, I don't care what word you use, all the goals that he had in his life. And he has been slowly crossing them off, like one by one by one by one by one by one. And I think Caleb will, I don't want to call him crazy resilient. They went on this heavy losing streak at the end of the season. Wasn't like they were amazing. But when Caleb was talking about how, okay, John, I'm going to give you a personality comparison that I like. Okay. You may not. I think it's funny. We talk about Mahomes. It's funny we talk about Rodgers. I think Caleb Williams is like Steph Curry, to be honest with you. Like that same level of when he's winning, he'll be humble. He'll be nice about it. He'll be, everybody will like him because he's so nice. He's so cool. Remember the Utah game where he went out of his way after a Utah fan or a Utah family, like a Utah fan family, lost their father. And that's the game that they were going to go to. And Caleb Williams went out of his way to make sure that that family got to the game. And then Caleb lost the game. And he still met up with that family afterwards to make sure that they had a good time, having just recently lost their dad. Caleb Williams has a foundation for mental health. Like when you look at Caleb Williams, when he's up, he rocks. But then he starts losing. And he makes very realistic comments. Like, I've never lost this many times before. This is brand new to me. And you look at that and it's like, there are going to be some people that are going to be pissed off when they hear that. They're going to say, how can he say that? I need a quarterback that taps his chest and says, that's on me. And Caleb will do that sometimes. Other times, Caleb is practically going to flip his receiver the bird because he's like, I threw to where it should have or where you should have been. You weren't there. What are you doing to me? Like when Brendan Rice says that Caleb Williams demanded the best out of him, I don't think Brendan's lying to us. And that sounds a lot more to me like a lot of what we see out of the best quarterbacks and a lot of what you see out of great players. But I don't think that makes him likable, especially if he's losing. I mean, think about all the people that you know, if you're a basketball fan, that hate the Steph shimmy, right? My younger brother hates Steph Curry. Like, there's going to be things that Caleb does where Caleb is going to score that touchdown against Green Bay, and then he's going to ham the moment up. And Green Bay fans are going to want to boil him. Like, there are going to be Lions fans that hate him if he's good. Like, obviously you'll get some Vikings fans, but Vikings fans are so tortured that, like, I don't even know if there's like that one guy that masturbates to Kirk Cousins highlights in his bio. And like that guy cares about the Vikings, and everybody else that I know, even the guys that love the Vikings, hate the Vikings. It's so funny. Like, and so when I look at the, like, let me see. Oh, Eric, it was me. I've talked about this. So the other piece that I think that matters a lot. Yeah, the people that know. I'm just saying about the Kirk Cousins thing. But so anyways, like saying this very, very importantly, because I think this matters, right? The other piece that's weird about football is that when you take a look at great football quarterbacks, very few of them came from a college program where they only won. Generally, when we're talking about a great quarterback, they had to deal with some kind of adversity in college, one way or another. Drew Brees played for the Purdue Boilermakers. Josh Allen played for the Wyoming. Are they the Mountaineers? They might be the Mountaineers. I'd have to look it up. Mahomes was a Texas Tech Red Raider, and he did not go 400, or he did not go 500, right? One of my favorite things, looking into the camera, favorite things about Caleb Williams is that 2023 season at USC practically dosed him to the reality of the NFL early. I mean, I really mean that. Like, say what you will. That's what he needed because that's September. Like, Jordan, tell me I'm crazy. The NFL has to humble you. Probably still will. But you have to have that moment of, I've never, ever lost before in my life for most of these guys because they're superstars in middle school, in high school, in early college, right? But you get to the point where Williams won the Heisman, and the immediate next year, his team dove. And I got to tell you, that's pretty great. Like, I really mean that. As far as we care, I sit there and it's like, I love the fact that Caleb Williams played the Notre Dame game. Obviously, we saw him get a little better in the second half, but whatever. But beyond that, we get to UCLA. I'm telling you guys, UCLA wins on over 50% of the pass rush snaps. Like, somebody on UCLA streaks straight through the line on half the passing snaps, for crying out loud. And he puts up 380 yards. He's the only reason they move the ball. They don't even move it well. They dare to run the ball a couple times. Like, that UCLA game, it is all quick passing. And most importantly, Caleb knew he couldn't take sacks, and he didn't. Until, like, the downs where, to be honest with you, a sack didn't, like, really matter. He didn't take any game-killing sacks at the very least. And it's so good to see those situations. Like John's saying, you got to see Caleb when he was surrounded by nearly nothing. Our hope would be that Chicago can deliver him a better team than that. Like a team that matches up a little more like when USC takes on Washington, but with a better defense. I mean, guys, hokey as it sounds, imagine Caleb Williams in situations where he only has to score 24 points, only has to score 21 points, only has to score 17 points. Have we thought about, I'm just saying, like, okay, so Houston Texans schedule 2023. Have you taken a look at the Texans schedule? Do you realize how often these games popped up, right? Like, we're looking for 20 and less. And they are in the NFL. I understand that 4P, but like, hang on to me, right? 9 points as first game happens, right? 20 points, second game. Couple weeks later, 19 points. Hey, we get 37, we get 30. Don't hear me taking anything away from Stroud. I'm going to get to my point in a second. 13 points here, or like 13 points here. A couple weeks later, 21 points here, 22 points here, 19 points here. Like the point that I'm trying to make in this case is that for all the us would talk about a defense not mattering, right? It does help when you have a defense that can hold the opponent to low enough that a very medium total gets you a win anyways. And that would be my hope, that the Caleb Williams Bears can basically, yeah, it's not out yet. We can tell you that I can show you who they're playing, but we don't know their schedule, right? And that's the thing, Donnie. If Caleb gives us around 24, I bet the Bears could win a bunch of games. At least we'd hope so. And if not, we'll be mad at Flus about it, right? And that's okay. And so Jordan mentions, can we be honest, though, and say it's easy to see Caleb failing in Chicago? I mean, that's the thing, Jordan. Yes, it's easy for me to see. It really is. Yes, it's easy for me to see Caleb failing. Can I be also real with you, Jordan? It's just as easy to see Drake failing. Like, when you say, can't you see them failing in Chicago? That applies to any quarterback, because there is a point where, who's the one that did the big spread? It was the Tribune, right? Who wrote the article that accompanied the Tribune's big headline about how it was Bagent's turn or whatever? Like, the Chicago media borders on mean. Like, as somebody who's kind of part of it, and worse, I'm one of the voices that's supposedly part of the problem right now. Like, I'm sitting here spending time with it, and like, if Herb Howard, or what's the other one? There's another Herb. They're great dudes. They're great dudes. Like, there's all kinds of people. If they want to come on, they want to sit with me, and we want to talk through film, we can. They're probably going to insult my credentials. Herb Lawrence, yeah, exactly. Like, Lawrence Holmes, another one. Like, I'd love to sit down with him, talk through the tape, show him some stuff, and try to not get into a whatabouts thing, right? For better or for worse. Like Bernard, it's so funny you mentioned that. Every Lincoln Riley quarterback has problems in the NFL. If by problems, you mean every Lincoln Riley quarterback has made the Pro Bowl in the NFL, bummer. Rats. Like, I understand that we're talking about the Lincoln Riley quarterbacks not being perfect, but Baker Mayfield had one of the best rookie seasons in Browns history. Kyler Murray dang near won an MVP. Jalen Hurts was games away from the Super Bowl. He was in the Super Bowl, and he was second in MVP voting. Like, I don't want to pretend like Lincoln Riley quarterbacks are all that in a bag of chips. Nobody is. But the problem is, just to stick with what Bernard's saying, because Bernard, your point is very valid. The problem is, any standard that we're going to use to crush a guy like Caleb Williams crushes 25 quarterbacks. They're starting right now. Like, if we wanted to say, yeah, but and so on and so forth. Like Donnie, you mentioned Eagles coaches failed them this year. 40-40 rule. 40-40 rule, man. Like some of it had to be Hurts. Some of it had to be Hurts. To say that it was all the coaching staff, don't you feel like that's short-sighted? Don't you feel like that's short-sighted? Like, I've been down that road where we blamed Mitch for everything. I don't think or we blame Nagy for everything. And then we also blame Mitch for everything. Like, the beauty of the 40-40 rule is basically making it a team thing. Like, Sirianni and the staff were not perfect. And I'm not about to cape for them. But to say that it's all, to say that is it Brian Johnson? Like, to say that it is Brian Johnson that doesn't know what a hot route is feels ridiculous to me. Just because there's no way he got to that point in coaching without knowing what a hot route is, for crying out loud. Has to. Maybe Hurts just doesn't throw him. I couldn't tell you. Like, let's see. I do think, so Chris, I don't want to pretend like Fields is going to be Mitch, because that's the thing. You mentioned Mitch 2.0 and you mentioned haters. Like, there are some people that act like Fields is blind, right? And he's not. I do think there are some people that act like he walks on water. And that's, I don't know if that's true either. I think the truth is somewhere very much in the middle. The main thing that I'm trying to get, like, especially when it comes to what happened when they left, like, Mitch didn't do anything. Mitch pretty much immediately became backup. And then he got signed to a low-scale starter contract, etc. But it just didn't work like that. Anyways, I think Fields is going to be plenty better than that. But I think that, Chris, I'll tell you, I don't think you should expect you say that, McFact. Tell me how that's true. Like, let me challenge you, Mitch. Or let me challenge you, McFact. Because I've heard that a lot. Nagy didn't play to Mitch's strengths. Nagy's the only one who got a decent season out of Mitch Trubisky. Only one. Tell me how he didn't play to his strengths. Truly, tell me how he didn't play to his strengths. I'm not trying to cape for Nagy, right? Even though Nagy has left the Bears and immediately won 2 Super Bowls. Like, let me see. Don't we? Where we have to be able to ask complicated questions. And no worries, Foster, I got you. Like, it's easy to say it's the coach's fault. We've done this before, right? But can't we make a very, very easy to make argument? Very easy to make argument that Nagy's the only reason that Mitch had any success at all. Austin, I can't change that mind. Somebody asked earlier, hey, I'm just going to say, guys, if you wanted to start a grassroots campaign to try to get me on CHGO, even as a guest or something, like, I would do it. I would do it very easily. I'd be so pleasant too. Like, gosh, I would love to do this for even a better side hustle. DPP's awesome. I'm going to give it the most time I can. I'll tell you right now, like, I got to do a bunch of work just so that my wife and I can make enough money, just given the situation that we got going on with bills at home and stuff, blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. It's more to say that there's a diamond a day that I'm sure is coming when I'll be able to transition a little more into sports. I wish it was a little closer to around the corner. I don't know if it is, but we'll ride this out together. I mean, plenty of podcasts. It's not like I'm going to slow anything down. Plenty of podcasts, plenty of streams, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I just wish I could do even more. I really do. Like, but getting beyond that, like, I think personally, the one thing that gets really hard to talk about this whole conversation is it gets into all the stuff we don't know. And then everybody takes liberty, if you will, with the things with the gray area is a good way to put this, right? How much of it is Fields? How much of it is Getsy? Well, if you don't like Fields, then it's all Fields' fault. And if you don't like Getsy, it's all Getsy's fault. And if you don't like either of them, then you see them both as being awful. But if they don't have the wins to back anything up, then this, that, and the other, right? I'll tell you that I personally think that the story of the 2023 season is frankly pretty easy to tell. To be honest with you, like, I don't know. I hate that word honest sometimes. I'm always going to try to be honest with you guys. But somebody says to be honest with you, and they start to sound like Quantum TV. You know what I'm saying? But one of the parts about this last season to me that I think got understated is that Fields is a player where he runs so often that he wears down over the course of a season, right? Not injury. He literally slows down. And if you don't believe me, go back and take a look at that Week 17, 2022 Detroit game, the one where he got a breakout run and couldn't finish it because he was wearing a few too many energies and had just lost a step, right? I mean, Fields just deals with, Fields has to deal with a lot of wear and tear. And because he runs as often as he does, it's hard to keep that up until you dislocate your thumb. And the moment you do that, in a weird twist of fate, you get a sweet 6-week rest, or 4-week rest, I should say. And shocker, he comes back against Detroit, helps hang 26 points, and in that game, he looks fresh as a daisy. Not a bad thing. This is not a criticism. Like, it's more to say that we got 2 Septembers for Justin Fields because he took a month in the middle and rested in ways that a whole lot of people didn't have to or didn't get the chance to. So you got the freshest form of Fields twice. We didn't really see that marathon season feel. And frankly, that's the part that I think I worry about the most. Like Jay Sanders, you mentioned put some peace around him where he doesn't have to run for his life. To be honest with you, Jay Sanders, let me ask you this. Why? Like, why stick with him? To be honest with you. Or not to be honest with you, I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that. If I can change that, if I can get that sentence and turn it into something else, I'm going to. What's the incentive, Jay Sanders, to stick with Justin Fields right now? Is it to prove a point? Is it to prove that he can? Is it to show the world? Like, these are plenty good reasons. I mean, especially as fans, right? But if you were Ryan Poles, why would you do it? What's the reason to do it? Because it's so much easier to do something else. McFact, you mentioned that Fields didn't have good protection. Well, he didn't have like top 16. I mean, he didn't have like top 10 protection. Lucas Patrick, Dan Feeney, Cody Whitehair, his centers were terrible. Like, I'm not about to go and argue on behalf of them. But watching the tape, Justin Fields invites all kinds of pressure that other quarterbacks don't. And McFact, let me ask you this. You mentioned that it's well documented. Here. Let me see if this is here. Does this get me what I need? It sure might. No, it rate limits it. So, air and protection this year. He had fine protection, if meh protection, especially dealing with all the injuries that he had to deal with. Because Braxton went going down immediately did not help anything. Nate Davis being so in and out did not help anything. Like, those guys, and the fact that the centers were bad, it was just a mess, right? Just a mess. Just a mess. But let me go back to, gosh, how do I get him on this stupid chart? Oh, I can't. I probably have to go into the Wayback Machine. Okay. Wayback Machine. John, you're spoiling it. Don't spoil it. Let me see. How do I get back to last year? We got to go back. We got to go deeper. 2023. Let's go with like November 20th. That's the thing, Donnie, because 40-40 rule should apply to how much pressure the sacks are on the line versus the quarterbacks. At least I think so. So then you put the 20% wherever you want, right? Let me see. Tell me it's going to load. Tell me it's going to give me what I want. Sack percentage. Come on. This is all I want. Ah, rats. I'm just going to have to do it here. Tua Tagovailoa. Okay, so Justin Fields ends up with a 10.6 sack percentage. This is all I'm aiming for, right? 10.6 sack percentage. Tyson Bagent, same offensive line, ends up with a 3.4 sack percentage. When we sort by sack percentage in the NFL, you're going to notice that a 3.4 sack percentage is lower than the... thank you. So, let's go back to yards. Yards brings everybody onto the board. So Justin Fields right here, 22nd, 10.6 sack percentage. 10.6% of... It's 10%. Austin, it is as simple as on 10.6% of Fields' dropbacks, he was sacked. And then on Tyson Bagent, 3.4% of his dropbacks, he was sacked. And when we sort by sack percentage, we get rate limited, so Tyson Bagent isn't on the chart. Most quarterbacks should hover somewhere around 6.6 if you wanted to be average-ish, right? But Tyson's sack percentage is lower than the lowest. And they're on the same line. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make the argument that Tyson Bagent is the god of gods at quarterback. I think he's an intriguing backup. And that's about where this thing stops. It's more to say that the protection gets weird to talk about, Chris, when I agree with you, McFact. I'm saying one of them got sacked a lot. The other one got sacked nearly not at all. But they played with the same offensive line. So isn't there a point where we say, yeah, but Fields was getting pressured left and right. How could he live? How could he live like that? Or how could anybody live like that? And then we look at NFL Next Gen Stats, right? I think this is a reliable website. And then we look at their passing stats. We're going to look at their stats, not their charts. So we go to passing. So then we take a look at the 2023 regular season, right? We sort by time to throw. We ask who had the highest time to throw in the NFL. And it is Justin Fields with a time to throw about 1.6 seconds higher than Nick Mullins, who's last, right? Otherwise. And Nick Mullins, that same gap gets you down to Zach Wilson down here. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 quarterbacks between the gap from Fields to Nick Mullins and Mullins down to Zach Wilson on a list of probably about 60 quarterbacks for sure. And McFact, that's the thing. You mentioned that those stats don't take into account that Fields has to avoid sacks and extend plays. But when we watch the Bagent tape, right? Like, isn't that all we see? Where Bagent's running around and extending plays too. There, he steps up in the pocket, he gets the ball out, right? And that's a relatively low time to throw, and I get it. But it's more to say, Bagent did not get sacked because he only threw the ball fast. Bagent mostly didn't get sacked because he squirreled around in the pocket and then threw the ball somewhere. Or he ran a lot. Like, Bagent honestly did do quite a bit of running. I think I wanted to highlight this play because Braxton doesn't get out near fast enough, and Bagent has to step up. Good job on Bagent's part. I mean, simple. We don't need to freak out about it. That's the thing, McFact. The argument I'm trying to make here is not Bagent amazing. It's more like hey, pocket presence is something Bagent's actually pretty good at. Now, pushing the ball into tight windows, being accurate at the intermediate and the deep level, seeing every defender on the field, this is different than not getting sacked. Different skill set, right? But you mentioned average air yards per completion. Well, let's take a look. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's something on the next gen stats. So average, let's see, completed air yards 5.8 compared to Tyson Bagent 3.7. If we sorted by the bottom of this, there he is at the top of your screen. So exactly to Chris's point, not throwing down the field often, backup quarterback, right? Like, don't ever hear me saying Tyson Bagent is your starting quarterback. Not the point. It's more talking about a trait of Justin Fields' game that we see a lot of and comparing it to the UDFA backup quarterback that does some things pretty well and others that aren't. And I'm with you. Getting very hung up around the interceptions is a big part of why Tyson Bagent is ultimately not in the conversation for the Bears' future starter. We all know this, right? It's more to say that Justin Fields exacerbates the line problem, and we have a pretty good indicator of that Justin Fields exacerbated the line problem because we got a 4-game sample size, not 3. That would be pretty small. Not 2. That would be pretty small. Not 1. That would be pretty small. We got 4, which is still pretty small, but it's a full 160 snaps. And in those 160 snaps, he took sacks less than basically anybody in the NFL. Basically. But, and that's, Blue Air actually, you could read that in 2 different ways. So I'm actually not sure. But there is no need to compare stats. One's a rookie, one's a third-year starter. But the fact that they are comparable is something that I don't really love. Now, again, I don't actually care that much about sack percentage. Like, Caleb Williams is probably going to end up with an 8 or a 9 sack percentage. We got to be real about this. But the hope would be that Caleb Williams might bring a little bit more to the table. Because Tyson Bagent is somebody that if you don't want to get sacked, good. Tyson will help you do that, right? Not getting sacked does not always win a game. In fact, I mean, it apparently wins it about 50% of the time. Because I don't want to set this up as if Caleb Williams is going to suddenly not end up dealing with any of the problems that Fields has. I think they're going to do a lot of things that are pretty simple or similar. See what happened here. Because, see, you talk about running for his life. Bagent does this a lot. And I'm not even trying to say it's amazing. Nothing's really here on this play. Not that that makes too much of a difference. The main point is Bagent steps up in the pocket, which helps him a lot. Justin steps up, but he does so, I think, a little less naturally. And as much as, I don't know, to be honest with you guys, I don't really care what Quincy Avery says about his client. Like, I get it. I get where Quincy's trying to come from. But Bagent's drop back time is so much smoother and faster than Justin's that it helps him step up and get rid of that pressure on the edge pretty simplistically. Like, and he does it pretty consistently. It's little stuff like this where Cam Jordan, to me, ends up probably creating some trouble. No, I think Justin would get out of this one. It's always funny when you're a film analyst just because you almost want to try to make everything part of your point, but not everything is going to be part of your point. Man, DJ almost made a hell of a play here too. Remembering this one. Would have been a sweet catch. He really did, Eric. It was awful. Like, Dr. Truth, I thought he was terrible against the Panthers. I think the Bears should have blown the Panthers out, but they didn't, partially because Tyson could not get his head on straight, in my opinion. Who has the best play on the NFL channel and the Bears channel, Fields or Bagent? Oh, plain, there's no way it's Bagent. No way. It has to be Fields. Like, Fields is a highlight machine. Some of the stuff Fields did are okay. Hang on. Are we talking 2023 or are we talking in general? Because that 2022 was amazing. Amazing. I got you. 2023. Which plays are they? Bagent to Komet throw? Man, Dark Wolf. Now that's just the Komet play. Like, that play was awesome. We covered that one earlier tonight. He was unbelievable. Like, that play is wild. So, Jay Sanders, just to beg the question, I guess I have to, Miles. Like, just to beg the question, Jay Sanders, if I told you that a player openly called out his coaches twice and bragged about how he was going to throw for 4,000 yards, bragged about how he was already one of the NFL's best rushing quarterbacks in history, and called the game slow before ultimately having to walk that back, would you call any of this evidence of poor character? Would you say that it's all just the Bears' fault? Right? Because, I mean, I hear you. It's more to say that I think that we talk a lot about the character thing. I think we talk a lot about the character thing, and I don't think anybody cares. What is it? Aaron Rodgers held up his foot and showed us his fungus toe, and nobody cares. Like, I don't know. That's the thing, right? Erothic. It's like we end up looking at a bunch of these pro athletes and people go, wow. Like, you say he constantly says it, but yeah, Jay Sanders, he has to. I mean, if he ends up trading Justin Fields, like, what does that do? Does that vindicate everything? Does that make all the complaints right? Let me ask you that, because it's easy and obvious how much egg will be on all kinds of people's faces. All kinds of people's faces if Ryan Poles trades the number 1 overall pick. Greg Gabriel is going to have a field day carpet bombing all kinds of people, saying that's the media and this is me. That's why you listen to me. And he'll be right. He'll be totally right. He'll be totally right. What about Jalen Carter in particular? Like, oh, you mean character. I gotcha. More saying, Jay Sanders, if Ryan Poles trades Justin Fields, what does that tell you? Like, if he goes through with what Adam Schefter and Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport and Josh Lucas and all kinds of people around the league seem to be hinting at, what changes? I'm really asking. Just because I think it's obvious how embarrassed everybody else is if that doesn't happen. But what happens, but what changes if it does? Right? Nothing? Because it's an opinion. I'm totally with you, and I'm right there with you on the idea that the Bears have never developed a quarterback. I just don't think that the NFL warrants you more loyalty than 3 years. And even then, they didn't really give Fields much for 3 years. They gave him something for one. Why can't you stand Josh Lucas, Chris? Okay, so Jay Sanders, let me ask this again, right? You mentioned that Ryan Poles has shown us that he loves Justin Fields, that Ryan Poles has said all kinds of things that have indicated that that Justin Fields is really meaningful and that they love his character, et cetera, et cetera. If Justin Fields gets traded by Ryan Poles, what will it tell you? Will it tell you that Caleb Williams really is that good? Will you believe in Caleb Williams? Or will it just make you think less of Ryan Poles? No, I get that, Chris. If you're thinking of him as the guy who drafted Mitch Trubisky, yeah, I get it. It probably is 4P. I'm more just trying to, I don't know. I'm trying to invent character problems the same way I feel like people invent character problems about Caleb Williams. Like, that's the impression I'm pulling from. I don't think either of them are character issues. I think Caleb's probably a little more arrogant and speaks more like a Zoomer than Fields does. Fields speaks like his dad is from the South, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Everybody can vibe with that, frankly, a little bit more. And by that, I mean he's humble, he's relatively quiet, relatively, and he speaks with confidence, right? Whereas Caleb is a little more eccentric. Not too eccentric, but a little more eccentric. I appreciate you calling it out, though. I didn't want Watson, but Watson proved me wrong. Also, wasn't really watching anything at that point. Jay Sanders, why can't you? Just because of character concerns? If he drafts Caleb, will that mean that he doesn't have character concerns? Just like Darnell Wright? Zeno Town, or let me see, did he what? Donald. I mean, Rabbit's kind of in the same position, I guess you could say, as as when people talked about Jay's body language, right? Oh, I don't know. That's a good point. That like Donald, I hear you. I think that personally, the first 2 3 years of good Watson showed that a lot of the concerns I had about Watson were unbelievable. Well, by unbelievable, I mean that I don't think I gave the guy near enough credit. I really don't. Like, at least what I would get at you, or what I would say to you, Donald, is that what we got from Watson, like the reason he ended up the way that he did, was not something we were worried about in any scouting report. So there was all kinds of pieces to Watson's game that I just needed to learn from in terms of what matters, right? But that's my 2 cents. He ends up spilling out of the league, or not out. He ends up on the outside of the league right now, but that's entirely separate reasons. I don't know when his pro day would be. And what was the score here? Is this 7-0 or like 17-12 or 24? Yeah, 17-24. Trying to Chicago, but we'll see. No, I hear you, Jay Sanders. I mean, I really do. I promise I do. I think that we have a very different opinion on what leadership can look like. But I also tend to think, to be honest with you, that if you're a good quarterback and a poor leader, that you're a better player than if you're a bad quarterback, but a good leader. All the taps on the chest in the world don't mean anything if you can't play the position well. And I think that committing to Fields is taking a much bigger risk than drafting somebody like Caleb Williams, because at that point, you're asking a roster to hold up a player that, to be honest with you, I just don't have a lot of faith in at this point. And I don't think there's great reason to have a lot of faith in it. I don't. I would tell you otherwise. I think that there are a lot of people that are very excited about Justin Fields, and I understand why they're excited about him. I think there are plenty of people. JT O'Sullivan's a great example that he is very excited about. Let me see what, like, you look at somebody like was this another pick? Yes. And this one was behind. Whatever. There are plenty of players in particular. I'm looking at you, Nick Bosa. I'm looking at you, JT O'Sullivan. I'm looking at you, Chase Daniel. I'm looking at you, Tim Jenkins. I'm looking at you, Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner less so. Warner's always been pretty hard on Fields because Warner's pretty three-step dropping out. Like Kurt Warner, I love him. I think he's a great quarterback analyst. Is the kind of guy who's going to love a Tyson Bagent, and he's going to love a Brock Purdy, and he's going to love all kinds of these players that can drop back, get the ball out quickly, and Justin's not really that guy. The legs tantalize you. The legs are so exciting because what he can do moving around looks unbelievable. The size is amazing. The arm is pretty outstanding. Like the all the talent when you tick through all the things that Justin Fields brings you makes you think that there's a quarterback in there that we just haven't seen yet. And maybe we'll see it. But to me, after 3 years, part of me thinks we're looking at who Justin is going forward. And there you go, Eric, right? I would personally make my decision assuming we know who Justin is, because that's the thing. JT O'Sullivan still said he loves Justin Fields. He also thinks that the Bears should take Caleb. And he doesn't, I don't want to say he doesn't think it's close. He still loves Justin. He still had Justin as ahead of Trevor Lawrence. And that's the thing, Donald. Greg Gabriel claims that fixing Fields is easy. You want to know what I think, Donald? You want to know what I think? I think that chances are, if it could have been done, it would have been done with 3 years, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't think that it's that simple. Okay, Donald, it sounds like you and I are on the same page here, right? Rookie, I get it. But here in his 3rd year, if the change could have been made, it should have been made. And I don't know why it wouldn't have been. And I don't know why they wouldn't have tried it, right? Maybe you just need another year. Maybe. At this point, Fields is, oh, no dancing. Gotcha. Now I understand. It's just a habit at this point. But it's all to say, like, I struggle to look at least at Justin Fields, in my opinion. Well, so Jordan, I'm surprised you didn't just burn it, right? I thought about it, to be honest with you. Okay, so this is me being really, really real. Greg, if you end up getting sent this, I appreciate you. I think there's a lot of things that you have done. I've heard that you're a much nicer person when you're not typing on Twitter. But to be honest with you, I think that you're leading a whole bunch of people astray right now. I think you're twisting a lot of people up. And one of them is my dad. And you're going to end up where a whole bunch of people are going to be that much more hurt by a decision that I think is nearly already been made by the Bears. And I do wish you'd talk through it a little bit more, because Greg, and I'll own the words that I'm about to say here. At some point, don't you think that leading the scouting department for the Chicago Bears does not make you any smarter than some fan on the internet when it comes to talking about quarterbacks. We're not talking about 3 tech. We're not talking about 1 tech. We're not talking about corners. You want to tell me about corners? You have all of the ability to know about corners. You have all the ability to know about defensive linemen. You could tell me all kinds of things about 4-3 outside linebackers that I would probably never know. But quarterback? Does Chicago Bears on your resume really give you reason to talk about the quarterback? I mean, if anything, isn't it a bit of a demerit? I mean, this is a franchise that's been starved of quarterback my whole life. Generations before that. And Blue Air, no. Because I hear you. But it's funny to me, or like I want this to be as open a channel as possible. I don't like silencing anybody. I just can't have the chat get clogged the way that I see some other channels get clogged. It kills discussion. Jordan, you mentioned he literally spoke to Aaron Rodgers, who was trying to sell the Bears on taking him, and he said they dismissed him because of taking Rex earlier that year. I think that's hilarious. Like, and that's the thing. Or like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Eric, I think Greg is a good dude. I think he does all kinds of things. I mean, he certainly puts effort in. Certainly does. But at least with this and quarterback in particular, like, if we go back through Greg's lexicon, it's full of Deshaun Kaiser QB1s and don't you dare draft Josh Allen's and all kinds of pretty standard quarterback misses. I mean, and I really mean that, Eric. Standard. So normal, so defensible. The game changed a lot. It changed a lot. And it's made scouting quarterbacks different and weird. You know? The problem that I have, personally, is just that I can't help feeling like a lot of the people that love Fields weren't sold on Fields when they drafted him because they were still sour about Mitch. And then they got on board with Fields. And now they're on board with Fields. I sit here, this is me though, this is just my way of doing things, saying, don't you think I would love to be on board with Fields? Like, don't you think that it would be easier for me to be on board with Fields? Do you really think it's fun for me to end up picking fights, apparently, on Bears Twitter and other places like it? Because I end up having to explain to a bunch of Bears fans, excited Bears fans. I was sitting at the Shrine Bowl because I live in Dallas, sitting at a bar, talking to a Bears fan. He wanted to take Fields. And Jay Sanders, I don't want the shiny new toy. I want a quarterback that ranks top half. Like, I want a quarterback that's like good. That's good. I don't want to do the development thing because we just haven't seen development. Like, it doesn't exist, man. If you didn't develop by year 3, you won't. Like, we don't see quarterbacks go from you were bad to you were good. The only one that's done it is Geno. But he didn't do it in year 4. He did it in year 6 or 7. Same with Tannehill. That's year 6 or 7. Like, the boy, no worries. I'm feeling fine, I guess. I'm frustrated with this notion that we can get another receiver and that we can surround the quarterback with a bunch of lipstick and that's going to make the like one of the bottom half quarterbacks in the league better than bottom half. And that's the thing, Zach. That's what frustrates me because I'm one of those people, I guess, which whatever. Like, I'm not by any means trying to thumb my nose or whatever. I'm sure you get where I'm coming from. I don't think this is a hard decision. And I'm sitting here trying to justify that I don't think it's a hard decision. And it ends up being a debate. It cannot be a debate. People are all over this thing. They're all over this thing. But they aren't outside of Chicago. I mean, it's pretty obvious to the absurd majority of people in the league, it seems. And like you're saying, Jordan, we can't speak to the locker room. We don't know who Caleb is as a person. But even then, Jordan, then there's this other wrinkle because it isn't just Caleb. Jay Sanders, maybe they hate Caleb. Maybe they don't like him. They want a maybe they want a leader. Drake May's right there. If you want not Caleb, but still very good, Drake May is the choice. I can't see a world where they're sticking with Fields because those people, sure, the same executives and scouts would say that Bryce Young was number one and Mitch was better than Watson. So you're absolutely right, Jay Sanders. That doesn't mean they won't do it. It's not about is Fields better than Drake May. I mean, I think he might be, just like how I think that Caleb Williams should be. It doesn't mean that they will. And I try not to use that language because we don't know. But I am trying to talk about the decision that those folks are going to make. And I don't think that they're going to suddenly turn over a new leaf and make a decision that they've never, that they historically don't make. I can't see him taking Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is not going to work. I think Jaden Daniels is a fifth-year starter that was mediocre to fine for 4 years, and then he was good for one. He won the Heisman. Shockingly, he's got two receivers that should both end up getting taken in the top 20. Weird that the quarterback who did that is like that he's also getting a whole lot of play. And it was Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow is the one that's worked out. There are a whole lot of them that haven't. But I don't know. I think this conversation gets tired. I'm really excited at this point. I want this move to happen. If it's going to happen, I want it to happen. Because I want us to be able to stop talking about it. It just keeps coming up. And you guys know this. I respond to the chat for better and for worse. I think there's a world where I need to get better at, figuring that out. Oh, man. So Jordan asks. No, I hear you, Jay. Jordan asks, can you pour one out for Eddie? Already did. The moment the season ended, I already started. I'm sure you heard this, Jordan, if you would listen to the podcast. And if you're not, you should listen to the podcast. I've just known Eddie's going to get cut the moment the season ended. He ended on the wrong kind of game. Grass field, Jordan. A full step slow. The Packers took advantage. I can't say for sure I know what happened, but I have a very good guess. You want to hear it? I'll tell you. Right? I'm nearly certain the Bears wanted Eddie back. I'm certain they wanted Eddie back, but not at his price tag. So I think they went to Eddie and they said, Eddie, would you take a restructure or would you take a price cut? And he said, no. And they said, okay. You sure? And he said, no, I'm going to free agency. I'm a Pro Bowler. I like Chicago, but I'm not taking a pay cut. And so he left. With Cody Whitehair, I think it was a little more, thank you for your service, Cody. With Eddie, I think they probably wanted him back if he ended up, or if he took a certain number, and he didn't. That's at least my 2 cents. And so, yeah, Terps, exactly. I think he thinks very highly of himself. Very highly. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders. If it's what I think should happen, that's the right move for Eddie. Jay Sanders, the other thing, as a fan of debatable. Some have changed the definition of what fan should mean. I hope Fields gets traded because I think if Fields gets traded, it's easier for Fields to get paid. The other thing that we haven't talked about is if Fields goes to Atlanta or if he goes to Pittsburgh and he wins a playoff, not wins, makes the playoffs, low bar, similar to Baker, but just makes the playoffs. The team that spent a second round pick on him, if that's what they spend, pretty much has to pay him, which is great for Justin. And it works out for the Bears. And everybody gets to win. Everybody mutually gets to benefit. That team gets an upgraded quarterback. The Bears get to try to develop a rookie, and they fold their young roster around a young quarterback, try to lift him up the way that has worked more often than most of like quarterback development projects. And that's good. I mean, it could all be good. I hope Fields doesn't go to a New England. I hope Fields doesn't go to New York. I hope Fields doesn't go to a place where things only get worse. The Jets, to be the backup for Rodgers or something like that. Like that would be way worse. That would suck, and I hope that doesn't happen. I hope instead he gets to go to one of these places where he can play and he can succeed, and with a stacked roster around him, that he can end up making the playoffs and getting his payday. Like, and that's the thing, Eric. Cutler got paid. Cutler, you're talking about, let me see. Bojack did say, yeah, right, Dr. Truth. But Eric, you mentioned that team will be in middle hell like we were with Cutler. They might get there, but at least early it could be fun for Fields. Chris, if Fields went to KC to back up Mahomes for a year, I do think that his career would go the way of Mitch. I think the moment you declare that you are a backup, you remain a backup. The NFL is really hard. There's new quarterbacks every year. A lot of them don't deserve it. You guys got to remember, Shedeur Sanders is good. Quinn Ewers is slowly but surely looking not all that good. That's not going to stop a team from drafting Shedeur Sanders and then playing, or from drafting Shedeur Sanders, but then another team is going to draft Quinn Ewers. They're going to do it high. And then they're going to play him anyways because they're going to see what he's got. Kenny Pickett style, right? Happens every year. Every year. He is. You know, I think he is. Like, you ain't, Jordan, you ain't about to convince me otherwise. It's more to say that when I watch some of these guys, I'm cheering for Ewers. I hope he's good. Like, that could be so fun, right? But all this, at least in my opinion, you mentioned who are the vet free safeties we'll be interested in. Let's get there when free agency's a little closer. Like, right now, Eric, we're in this very weird limbo where it's a little too early to talk real draft. You can, but it's a little too early to talk real draft. And it's also a little too early to talk free agency, especially in Chicago, where this one topic has been held over our heads for 4 months. It's been too long. It's been too long. I'm excited too, Jordan. I hope they go to the combine. I hope this dang thing happens. And if it doesn't, then all kinds of people are going to say that a move did happen. Like, we're gonna end up with an even worse, or at least an even more emphatic round of speculation if Fields doesn't get traded and they do try to take this thing to like one trade or another all the way to the draft, which would be too much. But John, I tend to think the same. I mean, we've seen it before, but let's see what happens. Let's see. Somebody mentioned Winfield. Let's see. If the Bears trade back at the end of the day, Jay Sanders, it obviously will depend on how far. If they trade back a long way, I'll say, hey, I get what Poles and Eberflus think that they're going to do, but this is a defensive head coach that's working with a quarterback that I really have no faith in. I think the Bears are trying to become the Browns, and I think that they're going to, we certainly hope that they will become the Browns, but they'll probably make the playoffs, Jay Sanders, at that point. I'd be upbeat about them making the playoffs. I would be really down on them ever becoming a Super Bowl contender at that stage. I think that I would wait for the end of the Justin Fields era because I think I would see it coming. I just basically wait around for it. I think Fields would probably get extended. And in that process, there'd be all kinds of people that would say, if Fields got extended, they believe in him. Hell yeah. And then I would make something, or I would try to figure out the nicest way possible I could say the moment Fields cracks the top 12 in most meaningful statistics, let me know, because it's not going to happen. I'm very down on him being a top 12 guy. And that's by, I don't know, pick something. QBR, like adjusted net yards per attempt, EPA per play, success rate. Like, I'm just picking on stuff. Oh, the blue arrow, I'll get there. Like, touchdowns. Be top 12 in touchdowns. Like, I think it could be done. You might be able to build a super team, but you also have to remember, Jay Sanders, unless you trade down and in that trade down prioritize veteran players, you're drafting rookies. So you're drafting 22 and 23-year-olds that aren't going to really peak for 2 more years. Hey, there you go. There you go, John. Top 10 in TD percentage. Hell yeah. But so the point being that I would find it a little confusing. I mean, I would get what they were trying to say, that they want to set themselves up. I'm not pessimistic, Jay. I think it's realistic. I mean, I think, Jay Sanders, you have to remember, because I talked about this at the early part of the show. I got into doing all this because I spent my whole life convincing myself that the Bears were going to win the Super Bowl. And I think that there would be all kinds of people, Jay Sanders. I think that there are all kinds of Bears outlets that would tell you that that first round pick that they took, Dallas Turner, Rome Odunze, that guy was going to be the catalyst towards Fields turning it around. And then when DJ Moore has another 1,300 yards and that guy catches 600 yards and Cole Kmet, his production slides back a little bit, then they would say, well, come on, our expectations were too high. He's a rookie. It'll come. And at that point, people say, see, haters, Justin Fields threw for 3,000 yards and he'll have run for about 450 at that point. So his total yardage will be lowering a little bit, or at least it'll be staying the same. But his passing yard will be going up. That's good. That's good. I think at that point, then we'd move another year in the future. Like, hopefully Justin doesn't get hurt, but I'm never going to try to project that because that feels doom casting. But it's more to say, Jay Sanders, I just don't think Fields can become a 4,000-yard passer. And at least for me, it's not like that's a deal breaker. That just breaks my heart. It's a heartbreaker for me. Especially because I see legs as what's the word, guys, I'm looking for? A non-renewable resource? Is that a good way to put this? Like, I think that a quarterback's arm doesn't wear out like their body does. Kirk Cousins just tore his he tore his Achilles. People still want him. Like, think about that. If any other position in football tore their Achilles, it would be a massive blow to that player's ability to play the position at all. At all. But a quarterback, it doesn't hurt you like it does everything else, especially when you weren't known for that much mobility anyways, right? If Justin Fields ends up suffering some kind of major injury, which God forbid he does, right? That's going to do massive damage to Justin's ability to play the position because the rest of it's just not there. Not yet. And that's not to say that, because that's the thing. McFact, you mentioned huge passing stats for Fields depends on the play calling. It can't all be the play calling. I mean, maybe it can. I don't think so. It's bizarre to me. Here, let me see this. First of all, you've got your 40-40 moment, but 2023 NFL passing. Somehow, some way, Derek Carr always tends to hover around similar yardage totals. Somehow, some way, Derek Carr ends up around similar yardage totals, even when he's on New Orleans. Somehow, some way, the near same can be true. No, Stafford's actually kind of all over the place, huh? Not totally. But that's not a great season. Got hurt there. Let's see. Had a stretch of like 270, dipped down, rocketed back up. Look, this is all me attempting to say. I don't even know if you think it's true, right? Let me see. Derek Carr, the new Andy Dalton line. A little. But it's more this idea, I think. Let me see, who was it earlier who said that? McFact, it's more this idea of, I think play calling is often a function of quarterback. That's not to say better quarterbacks get better play calls. It's more to say that I think play callers past a certain point just throw stuff at the wall, right? Like Lamar Jackson. Let me see, how much did his stats jump? Stats don't matter, by the way. Not that much. Here's a great example, or at least as good as we're going to get, right? In 2023, his yards went from 31.29 or 31.27 to 36.76. His yards per game, actually 230. Doesn't make Lamar bad. It just means like his quarterback rating went up. Todd Monken used his receivers pretty well. The play calling got better, but he didn't go from 31.27-ish, 240 or 208, 240. He did not explode to 275. He didn't explode to 280. There are bands where the guy will work in a little erratic, like for sure. I think that I could do more. To be honest with you, erratic, I'm not at like a crossroads, but being real with you, there's a piece of me that just doesn't really know what people want right now. And I mean, I get it. I'm aiming to be as authentic as I think my fans want me to be. Because that's the thing, McFact. You mentioned, respectfully speaking, and I appreciate the respect. Was it Fields' fault that Getsy was throwing multiple screens versus Tampa to the point where Tampa was anticipating and laughing at Getsy's play calling? Good question. I mean, McFact, to retort, do you think it was Getsy's fault or Fields' fault or do you think that there's shared blame that against Minnesota, when Minnesota's blitzing the hell out of the Bears only real response was to scream? I don't think it's obviously not a good plan, right? It obviously didn't work because you called the same screen like 3 to 5 times. But they're trying to get out of blitz looks because Todd Bowles is showing them blitz looks. And a lot of times it's pretty common to screen off of a blitz look. Doesn't mean that you can't call a better screen. Doesn't mean there's not a different criticism that needs to be laid. Like, why did we do that screen? And why did we try to disguise it that way? And why did we run the same screen 2 to 3 times in a row? That's different, right? But to say that it's explicitly a play calling problem, I mean, there's truth to that. But the moment that we go down the rabbit hole of the moment that Justin gets better play calling, he'll throw for 4,000 yards. I'm not saying you said that because you didn't. But I do think it gets to the point where we go, well, why aren't they calling slants for Fields? Oh, well, they did. We didn't throw many of them. right? Oh, well, why aren't they calling this? Why aren't they calling that? Why aren't they doing it? Don't you think that if the quarterback could, they would? I mean, I know it's a girl thing on TikTok to say, but like, if he wanted to, wouldn't they? And shared blame, I think, is important because I'm not trying to tell you it's all Fields' fault. I think it's Getsy's fault. 40-40 rule. 40-40 rule, in fact. Like, if you want to say it's 60% Getsy, 40% Fields, go for it. If you want to say it's 40%, or if you want to say it's 60% Fields, 40% Getsy, go for it. No problem. Like, I won't fight you on any of it. I'll just ask that you don't make it all one person's fault because it's a group project. Case, I appreciate you. Case had the funniest reaction on our Discord today. I'll post the Discord link for those of you who don't know that the Discord exists because the Discord is a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun on it. And honestly, the better we can make conversation, the better. But so at one point, let me see, there's a meme that somebody made basically it was talking about Joe Burrow, right? I honestly couldn't tell you, Jordan, just because I don't know. But so the meme that somebody made was talking about how silly Bears fans are to move on from Fields. Talks about Burrow, saying, to be honest, I have questions about the viability of Joe Burrow as an NFL quarterback. Twice in his 4-year career, he has failed to get more than 3,000 passing yards in a season due to season-ending injuries. He has yet to play a full season in his NFL career. Due to these questions, due to these facts, I have questions about his potential as a starting NFL quarterback. And if I have questions, others are asking them too. And as we all know, if after 3 years, let alone 4 years, there are still questions about whether or not he's the guy, then it's time to move on. And what I thought was hilarious was that Case looks at the Discord, looks at the meme, and goes, see, Burrow's bad. Which was not the take I was expecting, but I thought it was hilarious. But so, I get you, McFact. I hear you. And that's the thing. You could do all kinds of other things. There's plenty of things you could do against a blitz. The problem is, McFact, that, I mean, I don't want to pick on the guy. I promise. I remember they tried to call that quick out for Justin to open up the Vikings game, to open up the Vikings game, right? Like, let's think about this. Where McFact, they started the game, first play. They show 6-man pressure. You know the blitz is coming. It's Brian Flores. We go quick out. Moore's right there. We don't throw the ball. We get rocked. Sacked on the first play of the game. I agree with you to call quick outs. I agree with you. When they run them, they don't seem to go well for the Bears. And it makes me wonder whether the quarterback struggles to run them, which I don't know. I'm not coaching him. The weird irony of talking about quarterbacks, especially when you're online, is that if Andrew Janoko was in this chat, he would use an expletive and then call me a doofus. Because that's just football. That's how it goes. Everybody's stupid except for you. Kind of how it actually is. Like, you talk to a lot of these people. I mean, to be fair, listen to me. Of course I listened to it, Jay Sanders. He talked about, I'm actually struggling to remember right now. He talked about how Kari didn't get out in time and he was worried about this or that defender. Bro, you can't take the sack. Like, you have to throw the ball. Even if you throw it at Moore's feet, you have to throw that ball. Everybody else in the league throws that ball. I'm sure there's an explanation, and Justin gave it. But if we just take quarterback's words as gospel, we're not going to give anybody we're not going to put red flags on anybody. We're not going to critique anybody. We're going to say, wow, that quarterback's amazing. I'm so glad we lost 13-19 against a Vikings team where we couldn't move the ball at all. Like, I hear you. I do. Because I get it. But I don't know. Oh, the Blue Air. We're not going to watch any more tape tonight. Let's see. Damo, the initial goal or the initial takeaways were Kmet is way better than I remember. Hey, Eric, I appreciate you. Like, Kmet's fun. But then on top of that, Darnell Wright's fun. Braxton's fun. Tevin Jenkins rules. Every time I watch Tevin Jenkins, it's like, oh, yeah, you're awesome. It's a great game for Mooney. Tyler Scott didn't do much. DJ Moore is DJ Moore, but he actually fumbled on that one. The goal of what the week was aiming for, I don't really think we pulled it off. I think we hung out more than we actually watched the Saints game. Let's see. Oh, the Blue Air, by the way. You asked about Luke McCaffrey. I think Luke McCaffrey's fun. I think Luke McCaffrey's somebody you could probably get pretty late. He's a big dude. He struggled to separate, like at the Senior Bowl. I think that he's got some growing that he needs to do, and that it's exciting that he's got those bloodlines. But the main thing that I would look at McCaffrey to be is a wide receiver 3 that can help you block. So like a tight end wide receiver hybrid that those McVay types really like so much. But either way, stoked, y'all. Excited. The real film stream is the friends we made along the way. Eric, we will figure it out. I love Sinnott Goose. I really like Sinnott. Michael, it's one. I'm embarrassed. But hey, at least everybody gets a fun time. Not yet, Jordan. But so, who would I be most upset with at the 9 position? That's a good question. Who would I be most upset with? Probably Jaden Daniels, to be honest. No, hey, I hear you, Jordan. I really appreciate that. I would get over Olu. It wouldn't be my way, but I'd do it. Dallas Turner would be fun. Not the direction I think I would have gone, but okay, sure. Let me think. Brian Thomas, I think would be fine. Latu I could get with. I really could. Like Latu's got medical questions, but he kicks so much butt on his pass rush tape. Bowers even, like, maybe the answer is Bowers. Maybe the answer is Bowers. Because I think Bowers is just kind of funky. But the Blur, it has to like make sense. And on JK, that's where I'm with you. Like, I actually think that there's tons of these players at 9 that you would struggle to put me in a position where you pick a player that I'm mad about. Unless it's a corner, but then why would you do that? Like, truly. Where I just look at the Bears right now. If you picked Johnny Newton, I think you probably took him too high. But it'd be fun as hell. Like, there's tons of this where I can't help but look at this. And I'm like, go Bears. Like, would you have to figure something out? Yeah, you'd have to figure something out. But I think it could be fun. Like, there's so many players at 9 that I can dig. Oh, the Blue Air. Would I draft defense at 9? No. But I can't be for sure that my offensive guy is going to be there. And I'm much more down to trade back than I think other people are. Like, if I got to choose, I would want specific players at 9, and I haven't finished my own scouting yet, so I'm not about to pretend that I know who. But if it was me, I would have 1 to 2 guys that I liked at 9, and then I would try to trade down, see if I could hawk the pick for a quarterback, add another second-round pick, and then all of a sudden I could walk away from the first 2 rounds with 4 players that would all be really good. And Zeno Tennant, I should mention this, right? Like, it's not the development. I want to close on this. I don't want to act like quarterback development isn't a thing. That's not true. It's just that the way people use the phrase is, I think, misleading. The problem with quarterback development is that quarterback development implies the idea that quarterbacks get better, and they do. They do, right? Patrick Mahomes, year 1 to year 2, we don't know the difference for sure because we didn't see that much Patrick Mahomes year 1. But year 2 to year 3, Patrick got better. I mean, he even said so. He even told us that he didn't really know how to read a defense until year 3. Did some amazing things, but that doesn't mean that he was fully there. The problem is that we don't see a ton of players going from categorically Zach Wilson, which Fields is not, But I'm going to use an extreme example. We don't usually see a lot of players going from categorically Zach Wilson to top 5 in the league. You can get a little better, but to use exactly what McFact is going for, correct and Andy Reid developed Mahomes. So he did. But from the moment we saw Mahomes, he threw for 250 yards. At the end of his first season, who's to say what he would have looked like as at the start of his year? But he definitely seems like he was pretty good. Would the Bears have made him worse? I definitely think that the Bears could have made him worse. Like, if Mahomes had been drafted to Chicago, I think that Mahomes would have played a lot more like Cutler, right? But if Cutler's your low end and being the greatest of all time is your high end, well, that's a pretty good band, especially when drafting Trubisky got us somebody who peaked at being average and then ended up being out of the league. Bummer, right? It's a weird conversation. It's people looking at Love and being like, "Damn, I thought Jordan Love was really bad. I guess Green Bay developed him." If you want to, go watch my video of him again. I call out some issues with pressure. I talk about funky footwork, but I don't ever tell you he's bad because I don't think he is. I mean, what we ended up getting from Love, look, it's hard for me to take a victory lap when the whole our argument I was making is that I thought the team around Love would basically cave around Love, and it did for 9 games and then stiffened up and got great for 8 games. And it was like, oh, shoot. I don't think I was wrong about Love, but man, these rookies, and in particular Matt LaFleur, are cooking. And kudos to him for it. It's all this to say, I think players can get better. I think development is a thing, Zeno. And I don't want to twist you up. It's more to talk out that with Fields, I think Fields needs time on the bench to fix some of his bigger issues. I don't think he's going to get that time on the bench. I think he's going to end up starting. I think anybody that starts him is going to run him. I think that when you run Fields, you only drive the nail deeper. That Fields, you are a running quarterback now. And maybe you can try to also fix some of the damage that 2022 and to an extent 2023 did, but I don't know how much damage you're going to be able to fix on the fly. Like, he does need the Geno treatment, but he's not going to get it. I don't think. And so I do worry about Fields going forward. I don't think he'll ever hit. I mean, not ever. I don't know if he'll ever hit the peak that Bears fans want for him. And if I was Ryan Poles, I would not hitch my wagon to him, knowing that the moment I trade number 1, I'm going to have to pay him at least $48 million a year because David Mulugeta is not going to let me give him anything less. But that's just me. Jay Sanders, they tried to not run Fields in weeks 1 and weeks 2. That did not turn out well for the Bears. Eventually, if Fields won't throw the ball, you go back to running Fields because it's just what you do. I mean, it's the best way to get yards. I think they'll try to design the offense that gets Fields to throw the ball. It's been done before, like trying to design that offense. And Fields will throw the ball sometimes. especially when it's along the numbers. Maybe you could get Fields to throw more of the 50-50 balls where maybe his guy comes down with it. Maybe he doesn't. But that's just my opinion. I mean, Jay Sanders, I don't hate Fields. At least I try not to. I don't think I do. I'm just very, very realistic about what I think are his limitations. And I do think he's limited, especially seeing defenders over the middle, not throwing along the sidelines. Like the weeks 1 and weeks 2, to an extent, weeks 3 plan was we're going to let Fields drop back and punish people by passing from the pocket. And they went really badly. No, nobody needs to dive on him. Anyways, I got to get this thing posted so I can go to sleep. You guys are great. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I hear you, Jay. I really do. To me, I'll finish on this. Jay Sanders, I think it's easy, really easy to talk about Fields. Terps, I'll post it again. I think it's really easy to talk about Fields and this is not me talking to you. This is me talking about all kinds of other people. And everybody just gets mean and incredibly emotional and mad. And like you're saying, they just start screaming. You start to get people closing their eyes or looking at the ground and like throwing their hands or saying like, I just don't think you understand, or bah, or raising the voice, etc., etc. I'm with you in the sense that it's like, I think you have to be exact about these things. I don't think that I would tell you, Jay Sanders, that Caleb Williams is some sure thing. If you listen to me talk about him, I keep using words like unique. That's a very specific word because it's not good or bad. I think Jordan was talking about this earlier. Unique could easily be uniquely terrible. Unique might mean he hangs onto the ball longer than anybody has business hanging onto the football. And in so doing, he gets himself hurt. And the Bears live a truly cursed existence. It's not impossible. It's not. But I do think that the team around Caleb Williams has a chance to be the team that we wished that we had around Justin Fields. And it's a darn shame that that's the situation. But to me, it's the situation. And if Jay Sanders somehow we got to wave a magic wand and Justin Fields was a rookie again, I think we'd have a conversation on our hands about sticking with him. I mean, not a conversation, but let's say you could. It would be a hell of a conversation if you had year 2 Justin Fields. So not year 1. You just had the Nagy year, but now you fast forward and you get to give him Shane Waldron and DJ Moore and Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones and a whole bevy and a whole offseason's worth of extra upgrades plus Cole Kmet. At that point, if it's year 2, like, okay, let's roll. Like, let's trade down. Hell yeah. This could be awesome. It's just not that. And it bums me out too. Think about all the content I've made about Fields. Think about how many good things I've said about Fields. I mean, not recently, and I get that. But I know so many Chicago media outlets that will tell you that Justin's the guy. They believe in Justin. They'll say, listen to Kevin Warren. And I hear you, Jay. Maybe they do. Maybe that is what pulls things. I just know that there are a lot of people that are very attached to Justin. And I don't want those people to get hurt. But I don't know if there's a way to avoid it at this point. We'll see. But at this point, have a great evening. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You wonderful, wonderful sickos that are up until 1:08 in the morning. I really thought it was like 12. So lucky me. Next week, we'll figure something else out to talk about. But until then, bear down, like the stream,